Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we are live on YouTube.
Okay, Bob, is that you or is that me?
Well, I guess it's me.
You, I sent you a note. I said you flip a coin. So it's all you.
Okay, welcome everybody. Um, the first thing we should do is take the roll call, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is roll call for the November 9th, 2023 meeting of the Regulatory Reduction Task Force. Senator Ide.
Here.
Senator Kolb.
Right.
Representative Conrad.
He's excused. He's got another legislative meeting.
Representative Davis.
Here.
Director Matthews.
Here.
Director Miyamoto.
Here.
Director Parfit. I see him on there. Mr. Barron.
Here.
Mr. Bebout. I do not see him. Ms. Delancey.
Here.
Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Martin.
Here.
Ms. Olson.
Here.
Co-Chairman Grew.
Here.
Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Okay. So real quickly, folks, I just kind of want to run through our agenda and make sure that, that if anyone has any questions about it, and how we're going to proceed. The first thing that our plan is to walk through our draft bills and have LSO basically do a turn page to explain the draft bills to us, what they are, what they say, and then take comment from the committee on each draft bill as we do that at the end of the draft bill. There are some amendments that the co-chair and I put together on one or two of those draft bills. We'll walk through those amendments during that process. And then after we've completed each bill, and before we, and those comments won't necessarily be so much taking action on the bills yet. Before we do that, after we kind of walk through them, get the comments from the committee, then we'll open it up to public comment. And we have written public comments that you'll see in your materials. And we've notified the various individuals, and I think we have 6 or 7 folks who want to testify. We're trying to allow them to limit them to about 5 minutes apiece. Just go directly to the bills, not and the language and their specific concerns, and try not to repeat what the prior folks have stated, so that we understand what all those issues are. And then we will go back to the bills, and some bills be relatively easy. For example, I think the DEQ bill with the amendments that's out there we can kind of kick that out fairly simply. The other ones we'll have a general discussion on the bills themselves, on the public comment, and actions that we want to take, including either further amendments or assignment to particular committees, with suggestions with public comment, or and how we will recommend them, and if we do. And also discuss prior needs of this committee between now and session, and also beginning to organize work and activities that we may be doing that we can formulate now that we'll be able to take to the legislature for our next interim work for this committee. And start to put that together so we can have all those things kind of wrapped up prior to session and prior to the holidays. At least with Senator Grew and I, we're both on appropriations, so that's 2 weeks out of December and 2 weeks out of January, and a lot of time in between. So it doesn't give the two of us a lot of time to do a lot of groundwork in those 2 particular months. So we want to get as much done between now and the holidays as we can. So any questions about that? If not, then we'll turn it over to LSO. I think the first bill that we'll take up is the environmental quality permit notice. Todd, go ahead.
Director Parfit, I cannot hear you.
I can't hear you, sir.
While we're waiting for Todd to, to get going, I just want to give a big thank you to Lise and to Hank that we've been pressing them quite a bit the last 3 or 4 weeks on these draft bills and to get everything done. And so thank you for your extra time and hours and work. Very much appreciated. So while we're waiting on Todd,
Can you hear me now?
There
yeah,
we go.
there you go.
We are on.
Who knows?
Just need to know which button to
It's
push.
just this middle one.
Oh, okay.
These are red, so it's on.
All right, so anyway, so thanks, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the technical difficulties there, but the first topic is the public notice enhancements and savings. And this is just basically to run through our evaluation. We think there's some potential here. There's not a draft bill on this, but I think that's something that could be done in the coming year. So the first thing was we evaluated all of our public notices within the agency to identify any potential changes to statutes, so we could look at having an option of a newspaper of general circulation or written public notice, and also include as an option electronic notice on the DEQ website. As we looked at this, it became a little bit more involved than we had originally anticipated. So I just want to give you a little bit of an idea of what we're looking at. In statute, with our 6 divisions, we have 51 different public notice requirements for permitting. And it varies across the board. So the times that the public notice needs to be published varies from once, twice, or 4 times, depending on the program. And then the days it has to be published varies in the statute from 30 days to 45 days to 90 days. And some comment periods end 30 days after that first public notice, and some comment periods end 30 days after the last publication. So essentially you have a 60-day comment period. And then approximately 75% of our public notices for permits are paid for and published by the agency, and 25% of those are published by the applicant. And so it depends on the program. So, and then you'll see different references made to, some references are made to publication in a statewide newspaper of distribution, statewide distribution, some is county distribution, and some reference local distribution. Some of the requirements are federal, others are, well, EPA in particular right now is trying to define or redefine what they mean by a written notice, written public notice, to include electronic. So not all agencies or programs are in the same place on that. We last year had 844 public notices for permits, and the cost for each public notice ranged anywhere from $100 to $175 per notice. And some were even higher than that, depending on the paper that we were working with. So we think that at the end of the day, if we can solve this, and streamline this process, we could save anywhere from $75,000 to $150,000 a year in general funds. And then the industry would save anywhere from $25,000 to $50,000 a year in these public notice costs. So that's the incentive. We have made, well, let me back up. There's one other point that's important here is that oftentimes, today papers may only publish once a week. And so somebody that's coming in for a permit application, when they go to public notice, they might have to wait an extra 5 or 6 days before they can actually do the public notice. So that slows the process down just a little bit. And so if we can get to a place where we can post those public notices electronically on our website in particular, we would see a cost savings in the turnaround time on applications. There's a couple other things that I could get into, but what I'd like to do is just wrap it up and talk about the path forward as we see it.
Go ahead.
And so what we think would work best is that we would have the deputy director, which is, in this case is Alan, work with the existing internal, we have a standards efficiency management committee comprised of a representative from each of the divisions. And then we would have charged that committee with identifying all references to written public notice and publishing in a newspaper of general circulation. And we'd identify any of the obstacles and recommend potential solutions to transition to that electronic public notification. And that could be just working with EPA on where they're headed with this and making sure that our definitions match up with the different federal programs. And we would also be reviewing the public notice solution that Utah adopted. And that's something that applies to all state agencies, and they have a single portal that one can go to find all the public notices. So that would be worthwhile exploring, although we'd be just looking at it from the standpoint of the DEQ. And then we would report the progress and findings to this task force for action if we needed action, or the recommendations suggested a path forward that needed a statutory change.
Todd, my question is, have you had this discussion with the Minerals Committee?
We have not.
Because I know that in the past, at least on 2 different committees, we have done this same type of a process. And so that is a common thing for the Minerals Committee. And they could have LSO assist you in finding and locating those particular components and drafting the legislation. And I just suggest that because that's kind of their bailiwick as well, in terms of expertise. And there's no question that to streamline those rules and regulations is a good idea. But I think they would be better suited to do it and have more time to do it. And it really is kind of fit better in their alley. We would be happy to do it. And in fact, I would kind of probably want to have you keep us abreast of how that proceeds if you do that. But I would suggest that you have a discussion with the co-chairs about that as an interim topic for next year. If there are anything particular that you want done between now and February that would be of assistance, we'd be happy to look at that. But basically, we'd turn that over to them as well, because that's basically what we're going to do with your limitations on rulemaking, Bill. They've already agreed orally to take it and review it. So you'll be presenting it to them theoretically very soon. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that. So what's your thinking on that?
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I can bring this up. We're meeting with Joint Minerals tomorrow. And so I'll have an opportunity to meet both with the chairs and broach that subject.
Yeah, that's in my notes is that whatever bill we kick out today, we'll have LSO immediately email that to the co-chairs so that they can put it on their agenda for tomorrow or the next. Is it a 1-day meeting or a 2-day meeting?
A 2-day meeting, it started today.
Yeah, so. And at least I have had that discussion with Representative Burkhart, and I believe that it's also been discussed with the senator.
Yep.
That's Dockstader, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I might too, and Director Parfit, you might also want to look at some of the things, statutes have been passed in water, because in water, we went through the same thing either last year or the year before, kind of all run together now. But we went through that whole notice requirements in water as well, and tried to strike a balance between the need of getting it out in the press and not getting too far afoul of our friends at the Press Association, but also trying to get it at the water's website, so people who are in that field will know to always go to that portal and they can see everything there. But also try to, like I say, work it through with the press folks, our friends in the press as well.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, are you referring to the Water Development Commission?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Todd, would you like to go right to the bill, or you want us to walk through the bill first? And we have the draft amendment also that I think that from discussions that you had yesterday with LSO.
I'm fine with just kind of walking through the bill. I think you do that pretty quickly, and then talk a little bit about the amendments, if that's okay with you.
Okay. So Talise, are you going to walk us through it, or?
Mr. Chairman, I can do that. All right, so Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, Talise Hanson LSO, I'm presenting bill draft 24 LSO 206, limitation on environmental rulemaking. This bill draft requires that the Environmental Quality Council promulgate rules no more stringent than federal law, rules, or regulations. So page 2 and the top of page 3 amends subsection A1 and subsection G of 3511-112 to provide that the promulgation of rules is subject to subsection H. Page 3 adds a new subsection H, which provides that the Environmental Quality Council shall not promulgate any rules or regulations that impose standards or requirements more stringent than federal law, rules, or regulations for any federal program that the state maintains primacy over, unless the following requirements are satisfied. The first requirement is that the Department of Environmental Quality identifies the need for rules or regulations that impose standards or requirements more stringent than federal law, rules, or regulations in its statement of reasons. 2, the department provides a public comment period of not less than 30 days before holding a public hearing with the appropriate advisory board. 3, the governor submits written approval to the department to proceed with the rulemaking process. 4, the Environmental Quality Council provides a public comment period of not less than 45 days before holding the council's public hearing. 5, the Attorney General certifies in writing that requirements 1 through 4 have been satisfied. 6, the Legislative Management Council submits its approval of the rules pursuant to Wyoming Statute 289106. The staff comment on page 4 highlights that the task force may wish to consider removing paragraph 6 or amending it, which the amendment that I'll go over does do this to address the staff comment. Section 3 on page 4 provides that before July 1, 2026, the director of the Department of Environmental Quality shall review existing rules and identify any changes necessary to conform existing rules to the requirements of this act. Before July 1, 2027, the Environmental Quality Council shall promulgate or repeal any rules necessary to administer this act in accordance with the changes identified by the director of the Department of Environmental Quality. Staff comment on page 5 highlights that the task force may wish to consider extending this deadline. Section 3 provides for an effective date of July 1, 2024, and the staff comment highlights that the task force may wish to consider extending the effective date. And I'll stand for any questions, and I can also go over the amendment if you would like.
Okay, go ahead, Todd.
So just real briefly, Mr. Chairman, with the exception of the proposed amendments that we'll go over, you know, we're okay with the first part of this, section 1, because that codifies the existing process that we use now, to make sure that if we're more stringent in an area than the federal requirements, that we put that in a statement of principal reasons. That way that the advisory board, the EQC, the governor, and the management council will all know those areas, because those will be called out. So we're okay with that, with an amendment to Romanet 6. When you want to talk about that, we can go over that amendment. We agree with the amendment that has been provided to Romanet 6, or page 4, line 3. And it's really just to make sure that it conforms with the language that's in Wyoming Statute 289106. So it doesn't really change the meaning, it just clarifies in my view. So I think that's fine. And then on section 2 is where we have the suggested amendment. We agree with the suggested amendment on this. The concern that I have is that the 2-year window that we would have to go through all of the rules would be taxing on the agency, and it would divert our efforts on permitting activities to dealing with the 104 rules that we have on the books today. And each one of those rule packages, now there are 104 rules, 75 of those rules have connections to primacy programs. So we would have to look at those 75 rules within a 2-year period. The estimated cost to run a rule through the advisory board and the EQC is at a minimum $100,000. So you'd be looking at a pretty hefty price tag, and drawing staff, that includes staff time. But that would divert staff time, and then I'd have a concern that the EQC could turn things around in a year as well, because that's all we would be focused on. So the amendment gets to
So let me interrupt you, Todd. I'm really curious about what you just said, that to run something through a rule change through the EQC, estimated cost is $100,000.
$100,000, Mr. Chairman, is about right, because we have to go through the advisory board. And so there's public notices, there are the advisory boards, you bring the EQC together, and they're paid at the same rate as legislators during their time. We have to pay for a court reporter, and then you have the staff time associated with developing any changes to the rules that have to occur.
But let me just interrupt for a second. Theoretically, you will have all this done, but you only do it once, because you go through all the rules and then you bring all the changes at once. And so, you know, you walk through each one, but the process you do in one meeting. But you provide the rules, the amendments to the rules, the conflict and resolution component of it. So it's not like you would spend $100,000 72 times.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, I don't think the council would be able to take all 75 of these rules if we had to develop the statement of principal reasons in each one of those. It's going to take more than one meeting with the council.
That may be, but all this is streamlining, and so most of the changes are procedural, and
well,
unless you have a bunch of rules and regs that are outside the specific federal guidelines.
Well, a big part of it is the time that it's going to take to do the crosswalk on each one of those rules. That's a pretty heavy lift, because some of these rules are pretty substantial. And for an example, when we look at our water quality standards, we will have to go through each criteria pollutant to make sure that it's no more stringent than what the federal agency has. And those change over time. So it's something, and I'll give you an example. In one case, we have a rule on the books and we're looking to change this, but it's now more stringent than the federal requirement. But when the rule was passed, it was equivalent to the federal requirement. And then through some court process, EPA was required to roll that back to a different number. Now we've got to go back and then change ours. But it's finding all of those instances that's going to take that time. Constituent by constituent, it's not just a written requirement. Oftentimes it's a numerical evaluation.
So just to follow up on that question, with that description, wouldn't you do that every time regulations are modified and rolled back, or so it's fresh and hot off the iron when it happens?
Mr. Chairman, yes, and that's what the amendment does. The idea behind the amendment would be, as we bring rules forward, from this date forward, as we bring a rule package forward, we would look at the entire rule. We would update the statement of principal reasons, give everybody the opportunity to comment on it. And then as we move forward, we would do that each time moving forward, but we would develop that in a schedule that we think that we can manage and that the council can manage, and then keeping the minerals committee up to date. As each year we would meet with them and give a progress report, which rules are up next for review, just to make sure that it's moving along.
Okay, please proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's really it from our standpoint, and I think Talise was going to go over the amendments.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so the amendment that is in your packet just states, it just changes paragraph 6 to say the Legislative Management Council submits its approval or its recommendation for amendment or rescission to the governor and to the department which submitted the rule pursuant to Wyoming Statute 289106. This just conforms the language to 289106. And then section 2 is amended to discuss what Director Parfit just discussed just now.
So I am curious, Todd, on Romanet 5, which is the Attorney General certifies that 1 through 4 have been satisfied. And I'm wondering about the need to have the Attorney General do that. I mean, if you certify that it's been done, then why would we need the AG to do it?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a step that, yeah, I would agree that would be unnecessary. We could delete that and it wouldn't change the outcome. And further, the AG is involved in all our rulemaking processes anyway. So.
Right, yeah, okay. All right, any questions from the committee for Todd on this bill? I think Senator Ide and Senator Kolb are interested in speaking, but I can't hear Senator Ide. Bob, can you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was on mute. I've got a question about some of the conversation earlier, as you brought up the $100,000 per episode of rulemaking here. And I want to back up here to page 3, line 13. I just want to understand exactly what all of this conversation is here. You know, on line 12, it says state maintains federal programs that the state maintains primacy over unless, and then it goes on to list all of the unlesses. And it seems a little bit, and I don't quite understand that. Like you mentioned earlier, do you go through all of them from the get-go and we have $100,000 expense? Or does this come up each time we have something that looks like it needs to be more stringent than the federal guidelines? And it seems a little bit in my mind anyway, cumbersome to, number one, spend that kind of money for each one of those, if that's the case. And number two, I guess I don't understand, you brought an example up of water quality. What other examples would there be of where we would be threatened to be more, stringent than the federal guidelines? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman and Senator, the idea here is that we have 104 rules total. 75 of those are related to primacy agreements that we have with a federal agency, whether it's the Office of State, Office of Surface Mines, or EPA. Those would be the two. And to your point, paying for each one of those each time we do this, yeah, we could bundle them, but what we're proposing in the amendment would be, as we're bringing the rule package forward, because we have other changes to make, because there are a lot of new federal requirements. When we do that, we would take that opportunity, since we have the rule open, and that's where we consolidate some of the costs, is then we would go through that rulemaking process, and we would do a crosswalk for the entire rule to make sure that there isn't an area there that is more stringent than the federal requirements that we haven't identified and put in the statement of principal reasons. We would put all those in the statement of principal reasons. And then as it goes through the rulemaking process, there's the first meeting is with the advisory board. And then they get to see that, the EQC gets to see that, and all the interested parties have an opportunity to see where we might be more stringent than the federal requirements, and they can comment on that and say, well, it either makes sense or it doesn't. So that's kind of the gist of it with that amendment, is that we would do it all at once through the process. And I forget the second part of your question.
I'll just, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just a quick follow-up that sheds a little bit of light on there. But so if I understand right, the other time, anytime the federal government makes a policy change, that throws into process with you guys of going back to the drawing board. Do I understand that right?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator, sometimes if they make a change and we have primacy, or something we don't have primacy for yet, because it's a new component of a program, we would have to do rulemaking. And sometimes that rulemaking then affects our state, what we call a state implementation plan that has been submitted to EPA. So not only do we have to change a rule, then we've got to change the state implementation plan. Which adds additional efforts there. And EPA right now, just in air quality, has 70 new rules that are going to be coming out in the next year. And you heard me right, 70 new rules. And so we have to evaluate those and then incorporate those into the rule packages if we want to be the implementing agency. If we don't do that, then EPA would be the implementing agency for the state.
Those 70
Thank you.
new rules are just for air.
Okay, Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question comes in this form. The rule changes obviously be a pretty big lift to do them all in 1 year. My question is how many do you believe, Director Parfait, you can do in a year without, I guess, blowing up your budget and going through these procedural changes? Is it 25 a year? I mean, I guess I want to hear your opinion and a goal that we could have to expect these rules to be gone through, at least the ones we currently have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Senator, we run probably with each of the divisions somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 3 or 2 to 4 rules a year. We're always in rulemaking processes, but I would say 2 to 4 for each division. So maybe, anywhere from a dozen to 20 rules could be being worked on. And keeping in mind that we also have the Industrial Siting Council, and so the industrial siting rules would go through a different board. But the other thing is that we're assuming that the advisory board and the Environmental Quality Council only meet on that rule once. Sometimes we have multiple meetings with the advisory board, trying to get them satisfied. And then the same thing with the Environmental Quality Council. They may meet more than one time to promulgate a rule. Anyway, but I would say, it's safe to say that we could do somewhere in the neighborhood of, around a dozen rules in a year. And that's typically the length of the time. If it's one meeting with the advisory board, one with the EQC, it takes about a year to run through that process. So I'd say about that number.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Well, do you prioritize? I mean, I think we'd have to prioritize the most important rules to correct. And then maybe so there's going to be a list then that you'll compile of your priorities. And I think that'd be a key component of knowing just how much tolerance I'd have to letting you go. I don't know how many years, but I think we have to set some expectations on when this would be completed. I think that's probably the most reasonable thing to ask right now. That's just I guess a comment, but what is your opinion, Director Parfet, about goals and strategies on getting this done for the people?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, I guess that's the point of the annual meeting with the Minerals Committee, would be to lay out, these are the priorities for the coming year. And not only the ones that have had changes, but okay, if you've got a rule that's been on the books since 1980, and you're not going to be in the foreseeable future opening up that rule for any reason, that I agree that then that's where we have that conversation with the Minerals Committee and say, okay, here are the ones that have rule changes on the federal side, and here are the ones that we think we can also do in conjunction with the ones that have a higher priority.
So just to follow up on that, Todd, it seems to me that as you describe it, how many rules are out there that are more stringent than the federal guidelines, that have a material impact on the services you provide and regulatory impacts on industry? I mean, to me, there ought to be a way that you can kind of find the dirty dozen and figure out and then kind of line those up and put them on the top
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, though, I think the way I would approach that is I would have conversations with the media associations, the Mining Association, Petroleum Association, et cetera, to see what areas where they might have some concerns. All of these since at least 1979, every rule package should have already identified in the statement of principal reasons where we're more stringent. Now, federal rules change over time, so but the idea is that should already be by and large identified where we're more stringent. And the idea here isn't just to eliminate those, because I think that would be problematic, because we do things specifically for Wyoming that might not be on the federal rules, but we identify those and explain why, and then it's up to the council or the board and the council and management council then to say, yeah, we agree or disagree. But that way it's there in front of them. They can actually see where there might be a concern by the regulated community.
So at this point, at least you want to walk us through the amendment so people can, I think if they have that in front of them, that'll help.
Mr. Chairman, So the amendment to section 2 states not later than October 1st, 2024, and each year thereafter, the Director of the Department of Environmental Quality shall report to the Joint Minerals Business and Economic Development Interim Committee a list of existing rules to be reviewed by the Director of the Department of Environmental Quality to conform existing rules to the requirements of this act, including a timeline for conducting that review. The Environmental Quality Council shall promulgate or repeal any rules necessary to administer this act in accordance with the changes identified by the Director of the Department of Environmental Quality. The Director of Environmental Quality shall review new and amended rules and update the statement of reasons to comply with the requirements of this act.
So Todd, the question I have is the date of October 1st. Because if you're looking for any type of legislative action or impacts or corrective action by the Minerals Committee, they only have 2 months really of existence after that to do anything or to review it. And so it makes more sense to me that that's something you would do earlier. Maybe not necessarily 2024, but as your program gets initiated, it would make more sense to me that that would be like a June date or something that would be more conducive to having the minerals participate.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm open to any date on there. The reason October is in there, it just matches up with other reports that are due to the Minerals Committee. And usually at the last meeting of the interim is when we have those conversations about annual reports. I'm not, I could go with any date. It's just that this wouldn't become effective until July 1 of 2024. So that would then just give us the 3 months to put together the list, meet with the Minerals Committee, and then, start working on that list. That was the only reason. So I'm not married to the October 1, but that was the rationale.
Okay, any other questions about the amendment as drafted?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis has his hand up.
He did. Okay, go ahead. Now you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, you've kind of outlined that you are currently do this process with minerals. Is that what you're alluding to? And then I guess the second half of my question is, what does this draft force you into a time frame, or am I missing something here?
So Mr. Chairman, Representative, what this does is it comports with the timeframes that we have other reporting requirements. So we have to report on the environmental audit program. We have to report on fees for the air quality division, for the hazardous waste program, the surface water discharge program. And so we have a variety of reports that are already due for the Minerals Committee in October. So that was the only thing. Like I said, I'm not married to that. It was just trying to sync all those reports up at the same time with the Minerals Committee. So there was that component of it. And then what was the second part of your question? I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, what you're kind of alluding to me is that you currently look at these rules as you're making these changes going from the federal agencies as they come back to you. You currently evaluate that already. Is that correct?
So, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. But what we're proposing here is that, so we may have a rule package where we're looking at just one portion of the rule and modifying it because of a change. What we're suggesting here is that if we have it open for that purpose, we'll look at the entire rule and do a crosswalk to make sure that we haven't missed something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I'll go back to the co-chairman's question. He asked how many of the 104, I think he asked how many of the 104 rules are we more stringent than Wyoming more stringent than the federal government? And you started talking about going and he mentioned about the dirty dozen. And I'm trying to get honed in on this, and I'm not there yet. Out of the 104, or is it all 104 of Wyoming's rules are more stringent than the federal government? Is that what I'm hearing? Or if not, how many exactly?
So, Mr. Chairman, and Senator, let me just walk you through it. So there's 104 rules.
Okay.
Of those 104 rules, 75 of those rules are related to a primacy agreement that we have with EPA. I don't have a specific number for you. That would be part of the process here, is how many of those have rules, or those rules are more stringent than their federal counterparts. There may be just, parts and pieces that are more stringent. The point being is that as we did that, if there was one of those 75 rules had something in it that was more stringent than the federal requirements, we would have identified that in the statement of principal reasons. Now, moving forward, what this section 2 would do would say, look, when we're opening up a rule because there's a change that we have to bring forward, we're going to look at the whole rule and identify, make sure we've captured everything in the statement of principal reasons, so everybody knows where we're more stringent. And then everybody will have an opportunity to say yes or no to moving forward with that provision that's more stringent than the federal. Anyway, so that, I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, let me follow, if I can, Mr. Chairman, let me just follow up it, because I'm sorry, because the way I heard you, when you say $100,000 per rule, that's kind of a wow number, and it's like, wow, well, that's going to cost us millions to do this. And I'm trying just to hone down on what actually it costs and believe me, I have no intention, if there are rules that we have in Wyoming that are more stringent for a reason that is peculiar to Wyoming and dealing with things here, we may not want to change it, and I would agree with that. But what we're trying to do at the Regulatory Reduction Task Force is to reduce and lower that number, where that spread is just spread, as you indicated. And we want to find out the name of the lawyer that did it, because I think Senator Kolb asked for some money for this, but find out the lawyer who won that case and got a federal law, a federal rule changed so it was less restrictive, and we'll find that person and get them on the payroll. But on times where you do and times you don't, what we want to try to do is get something that industry can rely on. That's the point. And so I'm still trying to figure out, and we passed this bill, but I'm trying to figure out from you, what exactly is it going to take to get our rules where the federal government is, so we're in conformity with the federal government. If we need something more restrictive, it is. How long would it take? What would it take? I'm just a little bit, help me.
So all of the rules that we have on the books today are meet the requirements for primacy. So just to be clear on that point. So we're not faced in a situation where EPA is coming in and saying, hey, you've got to make your rules more stringent here or there, or incorporate something else. It doesn't mean that they won't down the road as they change rules and update their rules. Then we'll have to incorporate those. Where the $100,000 comes from, just to be clear, is that if we're dealing with a rulemaking package, just a carbon sequestration, when we went through that rule package, that took a significant amount of time, a lot of staff time, and that's where most of the cost is in the staff time to build the draft, to respond to comments, to make changes, and to work with the council. Then there are other expenses, obviously, the expense of the council, the court reporter, and that's, $5,000 or $10,000 maybe. But that's our experience with the rulemaking process as it is today. What this amendment, the difference between this amendment and what is in the original version is that we're within a 2-year period, we have to review all these and make all these changes. Well, then that's what we're gonna do for the next 2 years, and that's gonna slow permitting down, in my view. Because we won't have the resources to do both at the same pace. So this is what we're proposing in the amendment is, okay, we agree. We want to make sure that all of these comport with, and if they're more stringent, not that we would just say you can't be more stringent, but maybe there's a good reason. And that's the hydrogen fluoride from the phosphate plant, because that has an adverse effect on agriculture. Well, there's no federal requirement there. And there are other examples that I could offer. The Upper Green River Basin is a great example because we were more stringent than what the federal requirements would have been in the Upper Green for ozone. But had we not done that, in all likelihood, we would have had to, at some point, shut that field down, or wouldn't have been able to be as productive as it is today. So those are the things that we want to make sure that we don't interfere with, because we were more stringent. It's actually a benefit to the industry.
Okay, I think I got it. Thank you.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes to Director Parfet on the reporting to minerals. I guess I'm not much concerned about convenience. I'm concerned about efficiency. So is there a better time to report to minerals to expedite this process? I mean, I think that's my question. What's your opinion about that? Is it 6? Doesn't it make a difference? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman and Senator, like I said, the October, it could be June, but we'll miss the first year because we have to wait from July 1 when the rule or the bill becomes effective July 1. I was just trying to give us enough time, but sync it up. I could go with any date there. You could make it July 2nd, and we could be prepared to have something available for the Minerals Committee whenever they're available to meet and have that conversation. The idea was trying to sync it up with one of the interim committee meetings that the Minerals Committee has, like we do with other things that we report on.
Yeah, follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So to continue this, all I want to hear from you, Director, if you could, please state that it makes no difference then when you start the reporting process. I understand when the bill becomes effective, it's going to be different for the first year possibly, but is there any impact on expediting this process as much as we can by the dates that you're going to be reporting? That's my question to minerals.
The only date that would expedite it, I mean, anything before October 1st would expedite it, and I'm open to any date that the task force wants to recommend there.
Thank you.
Senator Cole. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, just this is probably a simple question, but I'd like a simple answer. Just what, the goal of this committee is to reduce regulations, and in your words, just a few short words, how does this bill and these amendments move that ball to help efficiency and cost reduction and productivity? Can you say that in a few short words? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator, I guess the simplest way to answer that would be that we would identify in this process anywhere where we're more stringent that we shouldn't be, and eliminating that requirement.
Thank you.
Cindy, go ahead.
Thank you. And I just really want to emphasize that is the benefit of doing this. This is very, very important to our industries in Wyoming. And that's really where the gain and the efficiency comes from, that the state is not essentially putting more additional regulatory burdens upon our industries than the federal government is, unless there's some very unique situations, as Director Parfit has outlined. So I know this might feel a little clunky or cumbersome right now, but perhaps, expanding our scope as far as maybe looking at initially bringing in some consultants to help Mr. Parfit, navigate through the crosswalk, or just, to kind of get up to speed in a very temporary nature to get this all kind of caught up. So going forward, it'll be very smooth. To me, the benefit far outweighs, the perceived, expense or, inefficiency initially out of the gate. Cause I think we stand a lot more to lose if we don't do this for our industries in Wyoming than we do to gain. So that's really where I just encourage the task force to move this forward and continue, to be seeing the value in doing so for some relief for the business community that are the wealth generators of our state.
Okay, further comments?
Jamie?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, I would just like to kind of weigh in on this as well. I think most of my direct questions were probably hit by Senator Kolb and Senator Ide, but a couple general comments. I think, when I came to this task force, and I guess I've been accused of being quiet at a couple of them here, but when I came to this task force, I thought I could bring my red pen, right out the gate. And really what we need is nexus into these rulemaking practices. So again, I guess back to Mr. Parfit's comments too, I understand that we will have packages open and we go through those along the way, but I think a good portion of what industry, again, I liked your comments back to the working groups and those agencies of which rule sets they would prioritize to enter into rulemaking on, I think is a critical component of this. So not only the federal stringency, but just access to updating those rule sets and bringing them kind of into the present term. And what ability does industry have to prioritize those? I think that's a huge step in this process that also has to be hit. So I appreciate the discussions around this. And, a lot of times the people in my type positions and roles, obviously we are into the weeds of the things. We're not at the legislative level necessarily, obviously, other than the statute sets the rules, and then it's that level deeper that we need to get into to start striking things in and out and updating. So any support we could lend to that process of opening these packages, that's where I guess I find myself some days. Thanks.
So look, can I follow up on that? Jamie, my question is, do you regularly or should or can industry regularly communicate both with the director's office and also with the Minerals Committee for rules or regulations that you find to be onerous or perhaps more restrictive than the federal guidelines? And
I would just add that from our personal experiences, I mean, the work groups that industry has established, at least within the mining communities, have been extremely helpful. A lot of that stuff, though, is more policy type level and not so much the rule type level discussion. So how to move the ball down the field from a policy nature, and that, obviously is far more an executive function. So yeah, I feel there's good access to it, but I think to codify some of those actions, it has to go a step further, and that to me is in the rules sometimes. And it depends on the program you're looking at too. I mean, it really is kind of programmatic, and there's obviously a lot of different facets to that. I think of the 104 rules that Mr. Director Parfit brought up, there's 12 programs that those are promulgated under, right? So I mean, it's a pretty wide berth, and depending on the industry, you're hitting several of those rule packages.
thank you. All right, any other questions or input from the committee?
Just one more, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Just one more quick question. Does all of these changes, the amendments to this bill, the costs that we heard before, do those change from what you're doing right now? Then does that put more cost upon you by the changes that we're making in this this bill that we're looking at? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator, I think that's what the amendment allows for us to consider is as we're bringing a rule package forward, we're going to look at the entire rule. So we're kind of combining, it's not a separate effort just for looking at where we might be more stringent. We're going to be in front of the council and the advisory board anyway. So those costs then don't hit us very hard when we consolidate that way. But it also gives us the ability, as we develop the list, working with the different stakeholders and working with the minerals committee, it allows us to identify, well, what do we think the cost is going to be? I think moving forward with this amendment, we wouldn't need additional resources to allow that to happen.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is along Cindy's, time seems to be of the essence. And in 351112, it does allow the agency to go ahead and contract. Maybe we need to get a group in there and have them look at all these rules. And he indicated earlier that in the, I guess for lack of better words, that there's a descriptiveness in each one of these rules already to start with. Maybe we can get a short list and have a consultant firm come in, develop this, and help the agency there. And that way we could have this done in a timely manner instead of, seems to me like it's years down the road. Is that possible?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative, we would be open to that. We would need the resources to be able to hire a contractor to do that.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. Please.
Would that simply be a budget request that you could put forth?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we would have to put it in the bill because we've already worked our budget with the governor.
So I think the answer to that, Representative Davis, would be that you can put it in the bill. We don't know how much it would be. We could also put it in his budget through the budgetary process, which would probably be easier than the bill in some ways because that's a 31-30 vote versus a 2/3 for introduction. If in fact that is a useful endeavor. My question is, are there people that do that? I mean, going in and reviewing all of the statement of principal reasons, but in order, they'd still have to be sophisticated enough to understand what they're reading and whether or not it's in compliance or out of compliance and more restricted than the federal guidelines. So it could be a fairly expensive thing to do. And so until we have a price tag on it, I think it's hard to know how much we want to throw at it. Go ahead, Cindy.
Mr. Chairman, I think Senator Kolb had his hand up. I yield to him.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes back to Director Parfet. It sounds like we don't have a lot of great options here, sir. I mean, the way you pose a situation where, on one hand, if you do this, expedite it, you're not going to be able to issue permits, and it's going to slow down everything else you're doing. And you came up with a number you thought for, I don't know what that is, per meeting, or I guess per group you can put together. I think I'd like to hear from you on what you think a solution is to try to expedite the most important changes that we need forward, without a negative impact for issuing permits. Some path forward here besides we'll take our time and it's going to take 4, 5, 6 years, whatever. Or how can we do this in a more expeditious way? I suppose is my question, Director. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator, and I would go back to, I think the approach of having discussions with the different media associations and what the priorities would be, you know, where are they seeing challenges in meeting the standards and rules? That, you know, that would be the place I would start, because they each have a regulatory affairs group that we could have conversations around. What would be most impactful to the mining industry, to the petroleum industry, to whatever other groups that are out there, like the general contractors folks. And we meet with them regularly, and I think we would be able to identify which ones would get the biggest bang for the effort up front. I think that's the way I would start anyway.
Well, follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
My follow up to that is extra resources. I mean, is there any practical way of helping you out with expediting this process internally, or are we just going to have to go through the process you just kind of explained to me? What's a path forward to try to make this happen sooner? I mean, I agree with everything you said, but I'd like to know, is there any fiscal help that you need that's gonna be frankly worth it? I don't want to have any detriment to the issuance of permits. I don't want to have any downside with the agency not being able to do in an efficient way what they're currently doing, and realizing that maybe the agency's, you know, just looking out for their own best interest. But that's really what I'm trying to get to the core of my question. Could you help me out with that, Director? Thank you.
Well, the best thing I can, Mr. Chairman and Senator, the best thing I can think of, at least at the moment, would be, you know, that's what the purpose of the discussions with the Minerals Committee would be, because we would have all of the regulated community entities, and they participate in those discussions too, is we're laying out the path forward. What makes the most sense from a scheduling and timing standpoint on the rules? Which ones are most important to get done first? Which ones don't interfere with the adoption of new rules that are coming forth? That to me is the simplest way, because then we can identify rules that aren't being brought forward otherwise, that have some benefit, and making sure that those don't lag behind. But you know, you got to understand where the bang for the buck is, because if there's a minor change and nobody is affected by it, and nobody's having concern with it, and it's going to remain anyway, I wouldn't put that one at the top of the list. It gets back to your point of we have to have a way to prioritize these to make sure we're not having an impact to industry unnecessarily.
Okay. Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be acceptable to the committee, perhaps, knowing that we have, you know, some more additional time on if this piece of draft legislation makes it forward before it's taken up in appropriations, to maybe give some time to Director Parfit and his team to kind of identify a cost for the amount of expertise that would be required to at least get an initial start on some of this review, so that way we're not diverting you know, time and talent from his permanent team that could interfere with the issuance of permits. But that way, you know, like just to give a little bit of time to investigate what a number could be that could either be plugged into a budget discussion, or, you know, like, which, as the chairman suggests, is probably a little bit of an easier path forward to get this accomplished, as opposed to an appropriations on a bill. So knowing that we have, you know, that we will see this, you know, again, perhaps maybe hitting the pause button on whether or not, you know, taking action on funding a contractor today, but to give a little bit more time to do a little bit more research and investigation, and then pick this up when we see it again in December. Is that maybe a good placeholder for this conversation at this point?
So I think the answer to that is we don't really know. It really will depend on the action of this committee. So, you know, our recommendation my recommendation to the committee is that we pass this bill with the amendments and any other things we want to do to it, and have it land in the lap of Minerals tomorrow. They are willing and able to take it up. They'll review it. This is a discussion that Todd can have with the Minerals Committee and we can relate this particular issue to them. If they need funding, they can add a funding component to the bill as they approve it. If not, then we can do it by a floor amendment, or right now there is no amendment, so it won't go through appropriations, it'll go through Minerals. On the other hand, if Minerals for some reason doesn't take it up, we can turn it into an appropriations bill. And then we can add, then our committee could add that in. So there's several different options that will go forward, but and I do think that the folks on mineral committees will have a good idea, with the input of industry on what needs to be done, and if there is something that needs to be done immediately, or if there's a conflict on whether or not between opinions between DEQ and the private sector, they'll bring that directly up and have that the first issue that will be considered next interim if we modify that date on October 1st to July 2nd. So I think we'll cover all those bases can be covered if we just follow this thing up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was really, kind of really the root of my question, is just knowing that we have a couple different options. If, if this advances, that the legislature has a couple different pathways to go down depending on, what happens if we move it forward. So thank you for that.
Okay, any comments on what I just said or any other comments go ahead, Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree with you. I think it is important that we get this moved over to Minerals as soon as possible so they can work this in more detail. I think that's a really good suggestion.
Okay.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we
Mr.
sorry.
Mr. Chairman, just before that, I think there is some public comment if you want to do that before working the bill.
On this bill?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. Then Cindy can make a motion.
I believe Ms. Aranow is as a panelist now.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Era Arano. I'm with the Wyoming Outdoor Council. We appreciate the changes in this bill since we last met, and that it codifies current practices and really allows Wyoming to make decisions that are best for the state and allows for collaboration with industry rather than letting the federal government dictate everything. And it does this while still maintaining accountability to the public, the executive, and the legislature. My primary concern with this draft seems to be addressed by the amendment to Section 2, and I hope that you'll support any staffing requests from the agency to do this work and to provide efficient permitting and effective customer service. I am concerned with the idea of bringing this to Minerals tomorrow. It is not on the agenda, and it is pretty limited in terms of what the public will be able to comment on because they won't have had that awareness that this will come before. And I'd like you to consider that aspect of public process as you go forward. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Arano? Any other public comment? Talise, Hank?
Mr. Chairman, no, I don't believe there's any other public comment.
Okay. With that, do we have a motion on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move 24 LSO 0206 working draft. I believe it's 0.8 is the latest one with the additional language. If I'm not correct, I'm sure Hank will correct me. But that we move this draft working draft forward.
So that's with the amended language. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that motion.
Moved and seconded, discussion. Members? So I would like to have, if someone would make a motion, since I'm chairing, to delete Romanet 5 on page 4. That's the requirement that the Attorney General certify in writing that paragraph 1 through 4 was. I just think that's unnecessary bureaucratic language.
I'd second that, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second your motion, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Coach.
That's what I meant. I'm moving it so you can second it for me. Yeah, I'd move that. Delete 5 on page 4, line 8.
All those in favor of that amendment? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Any other amendments? I would do one more amendment that we change the date from October 10th to July 2nd, by the way. Does someone else want to make that motion?
So moved.
It's moved by Senator Kolb and seconded by Co-Chairman Guru. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, that motion carries. Okay, the motion on the floor now, as amended, is the motion would be that we move this a do pass as amended and recommend support by the Minerals Committee. And in the event that the Mineral Committee cannot take it up, that the Joint Appropriations Committee would take it up. Is that,
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like me to take a roll call.
please?
Mr. Chairman, again, this is to forward 24 LSO 0206, working draft 0.8, limitation on environmental rulemaking as amended to Minerals, or as you stated, joint appropriations if they're unable to take it up. Senator Ide. Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator Kolb.
Aye.
Representative Conrad is excused. Representative Davis.
Aye.
Director Matthews.
Aye.
Director Miyamoto.
Aye.
Director Parfit.
Aye.
Mr. Barron.
Aye.
Mr. Bebout is excused. Ms. Delancey.
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton is excused. Mr. Martin.
Aye.
Ms. Olson.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Guru.
Aye.
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye. So
Mr.
this is
Chairman.
probably the closest they get that any directors would get to act like a legislature working bills. It's pretty good stuff.
I want to keep this tape handy.
So
And Mr. Chairman, if I might, I think it was very intuitive of us to take Ms. Arano's, take it to heart what she said. I think we all want to make sure that we have a public process on this. And so if for some reason the Minerals Committee doesn't feel that they can adequately flesh this out tomorrow, I kind of feel like we've noticed this bill in our committee, and we're now, and have kind of said, we telegraphed during all our working group meetings and everything else that any bill that came out of here was going to go on the energy side, go to Minerals. So I think we've said that, and so they take it up. They can decide, and if not, we can. And just to amplify that point, Mr. Chairman, and so everyone knows, the bills from Agriculture Subcommittee did go to the Agriculture Committee. I presented them a couple of weeks, or on the 30th, I believe, is when they met. I met with the chairman. We presented the bills. They both passed, and so they're moving forward. Just so for the committee's edification on the flow-through water and the dairy compact. So just to let you know, those were both done that way, and so we kind of established that. But if we feel like, if the Minerals folks feel like they have more, then we can take it up in appropriations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, and I did have that conversation with the co-chair, and depending on their calendar, they may end up doing it by a Zoom meeting if they need to, and if they do, then obviously the public notice will be out there. But thanks for your comments, Mr. Co-chair. Okay, moving along. Now it's 2:22. We've got a few more bills to go. So does anyone need a break before we go on, or you want to jump right in? I don't see anyone rushing to the restroom, so. Okay, let's go to 206, limitation. No, I've got it backwards. The House bills. First is 280.
Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, Talise Hanson, LSO. I'm presenting bill draft 24 LSO 280, accessory residential unit permits. This bill draft authorizes automatic building permits for accessory residential units. Section 1 on pages 1 through 4 provides legislative findings regarding the statewide housing crisis in Wyoming, including a housing shortage for affordable and available housing and the price of building materials. The staff comment on page 4 highlights that generally findings are not included in bills. The task force may wish to consider whether the findings are necessary. Page 4 creates Wyoming Statute 15-1-612. Subsection A provides a definition of accessory residential unit to mean a residential living unit that is attached, detached, or internal to a single-family dwelling on the same lot or parcel of land as the single-family dwelling. The staff comment on page 5 highlights that the task force may wish to consider adding a definition of single-family dwelling. Subsection B provides that each city and town shall issue a building permit for an accessory residential unit not later than 90 days after receiving a completed application and payment of any required fees if the following requirements are satisfied. 1, the lot size on which the accessory residential unit will be located is not more than 7,500 square feet. 2, the building coverage on the lot before construction of the accessory residential unit is not more than 40%. 3, the accessory residential unit does not exceed 75% of the gross floor area of the single-family dwelling, or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less. And 4, no open or obvious condition exists that would disqualify the accessory residential unit from being issued a building permit.
So Talise, before you go on, just so everyone knows what's coming, there's a draft amendment that addresses 1 through 4. So since we're at this part of the bill, why don't you just explain what the draft amendment does?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the draft amendment would delete subsection or paragraph 1. So there would no longer be a required lot size on which the accessory residential unit will be located. So that paragraph would be deleted. Then the amendment would add to paragraph 3, which would now be 2 if the other part of the amendment is deleted. So that would say the accessory residential unit does not exceed 75% of the gross floor area of the single family dwelling, or 1,500 square feet, whichever is less, unless the accessory residential unit is constructed within the existing structural footprint and the dimensions of an existing structure on the lot with a single family dwelling is not more than 100% of the gross floor area of the existing structure, and the height of the existing structure with the accessory residential unit does not exceed 2 stories, or the height of the single family dwelling, whichever is less. That would be the provisions of the amendment to that section.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted everyone to kind of have that in mind as we walk through this.
Mr. Chairman, continuing on, the staff comment on page 6 highlights that the task force may wish to consider changing the lot size and accessory residential unit size requirements, which is what the amendment does. The task force may also wish to consider adding a provision that requires each city and town to review a demolition permit for a detached garage that is to be replaced with an accessory residential unit with the building permit application, and requiring the demolition permit to be issued at the same time. Subsection C on page 7 provides that no city or town issuing a building permit for an accessory residential unit under subsection B shall 1, require that a lot have additional parking to accommodate an accessory residential unit or require fees in lieu of additional parking. 2, require that an accessory residential unit match the exterior design, roof, pitch, or finishing materials of the single family dwelling. 3, require that the accessory residential unit be occupied by the owner of the single family dwelling. 4, require a familial, marital, or employment relationship between the occupants of the single-family dwelling and the occupants of the accessory residential unit. 5, require improvements to public streets as a condition of permitting an accessory residential unit except as necessary to reconstruct or repair a public street that is disturbed by the construction of the accessory residential unit. 6, set maximum building heights, minimum setback requirements, minimum lot sizes, maximum lot coverages, or minimum building frontages for accessory residential units that are more restrictive than those for the single-family dwelling on the lot. And 7, require a restrictive covenant concerning an accessory residential unit on a parcel zoned for residential use by a single-family dwelling. The staff comment on page 9 highlights that subsection C is based on Montana's 2023 Senate Bill 528. And the task force may wish to consider amending these restrictions that are imposed in subsection C.
And
Subsection
so, Talise, would this be where you would insert a new Romanet that would include the demolition? So it's notwithstanding any other rules requiring demolition?
Mr. Chairman, yes, you could add that in this subsection. And
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
And then subsection D provides that notwithstanding Wyoming statute 15-1-611, this section shall be applicable and uniform throughout the state and shall supersede any city or town ordinance or regulation to the extent that any conflict exists. The bill draft also creates a new statute 18-5209, which is the same provisions that I just discussed, but it would apply to counties instead of the cities and towns. Section 3 on page 12 amends Wyoming statute 15-1-611 to provide a conforming amendment stating except as otherwise provided in 15-1-612. Section 4 provides that this act shall apply to all building permit applications for accessory residential units submitting on and after July 1, 2024. And Section 5 provides an effective date of July 1, 2024, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, questions for LSO about the bill itself? General comments about the bill or its readiness as it's written, or are we accomplishing what it intends to do? Please go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sure think that the amendments are improvements from my perspective, and I absolutely really appreciate the dates. That we have a time certain of which a permit must issue. I think that giving the applicant some certainty in the process is always a good thing. So I really appreciate the work that LSO and others have done on preparing this bill draft. And my hope is that the conversation will continue.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of comments here on page 2, lines 3 and 4. The increased cost of building materials has contributed to the housing crisis. Is that an assumption on behalf of the legislature? Or is that, I don't know if that assumption should be in there. There's a lot of different factors out there, and we're assuming that those items are there. I don't think that needs to be in the bill personally. And then same way as going down through there, we're quoting a lot of information there, but is that information today current, or is this based on who or what? Where's the appendix on where this information is drawn from? Those are a couple of my comments right off the bat.
Sure. And Talise, you want to address those? Because I asked the same questions, and in fact, LSO sent me a source of each one of the quotations.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can forward that email to the task force. But basically, it's a combination of different sources, which is, I was trying to find the most updated information I could find from 2023. So the sources include the National Low Income Housing Coalition, the United States Housing and Urban Development, and the United States Census Bureau, and the National Association of Home Builders, and other various sources like that. But I can forward that to the task force.
And so, and just to follow up on those questions for Representative Davis, these findings, basically, I requested that they be in a preamble to the bill. This is kind of information that typically goes in the green books. It doesn't necessarily go into the statutes. The point of this, it does a couple different things. And that is, why are we doing what we're doing? And why is it important that we should essentially override it to some degree, current city ordinances or land use plans from counties? And why is it important that we do it? And why would we do anything that would impede or direct local control on this particular issue? And it educates the folks in the legislature and publicly of the incredible need that exists around the state for affordable and low income housing. And it's the numbers are kind of remarkable on their face, but it's an educational process. And so I can understand, and these types of bullet points are not favored by LSO, but they don't favor a lot of the bills that I draft. So to me, it's just important information, but a citation to where and we'll circulate where all this data came from to all of the committee members.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it's great information out there. I think it brings good conversation, but I don't feel that if we put it in the draft, it's already old information. It's not the most current, so we're citing something that isn't current again. So I would think it's good for, like you say, educating and everything like that, but I do not believe that it should be in the draft bill.
Sure. All right, Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 7, line 9, Net 2, where it talks about conformity to other structures in the property, fish and such. I have a bit of an issue. It seems like it's a bit too much. I guess I'd like to hear why it's a necessity to have it in there. I understand it could drive the price down, putting an improvement on your property, but I mean, we're doing a lot here with this bill, trying to improve our situation. And I don't know, it seems to be a bridge too far for me to support that. But I'd like to hear, I guess, why it's so necessary, at this point.
So let me take a stab at it first, and then we'll find out. I mean, essentially, I think this is it's in the Montana statute that was passed last year, that they put it in there, and I don't know the exact reason, but I can think of several. One of them is because one of the most economical ways to do this is with those new mini homes that you see popping up in various different places, particularly if you go on the other side of Teton Pass. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of these new manufactured mini homes. And so by definition, those are probably not capable of complying, of matching exactly the house that it's being put next to. And so if this is to encompass the ability to put a mini home and to rent that out, or to have tenants in it in someone's larger backyard, or their lot, if you have to follow the strict guidelines in some ordinances of some towns, they'll have to put a new roof on it. They'll have to put new siding on it. I mean, and some of the ordinances go so far as to tell you how big your kitchens are and how much your bedroom sizes are. So there's all kinds of different restrictions that are out there. And so the question, and I don't know that I'm firmly for or against this particular language, but I presume that's primarily the reason that language is there. But that's just my personal input. I'd be happy to hear anybody else's.
Well, let me follow up on that. Well, my concern is that we're going to create junkyards. You're going to create, people just putting up wherever, whatever, and that there'll be absolutely no control of it. I have no issue with the micro homes. I think that's a good choice. But I think to be so open about this, it seems like we're going to fight maybe some unintended consequences. And that's the reason for my concern.
Okay, and further comments on this particular question or raised by the Senator Kolb or anybody else to the bill? Senator Ide, we'll go with you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I might as well just get right out and say it. I'm not a big fan of this bill. I mean, it looks to me like it's long and onerous, and the heavy hand of government, telling the local municipalities or counties on how to run their business. I think it's left best locally to make those decisions. And I understand your comments of trying to help them out with housing and making things less regulatory, but I think it makes it worse. And there's just too much here and too many unanswered questions that I have. I don't know if it's fixable, and I still think all land use planning and city ordinances should be left at the local level. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I kind of echo those sentiments. I'm afraid that we're taking and painting too large of a swath. What may be applicable in Southwest Wyoming does not necessarily apply in Northeast Wyoming, and vice versa. So I think we want to, I realize there's an issue out there, but I think this is painting us into a corner myself. Expertise that we don't have.
Okay. Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would ask a simple question of where do these bills go next while we contemplate these questions that are out there? And then just quick statement, I guess as a regulatory reduction, I understand the housing crisis and the issues are extreme out there, especially in certain parts of the state. I agree with the sentiments. I think of Senator Ide there, just as general principle, but can you help me understand like where it goes next, what the process on these bills looks like?
Sure. Well, there's several different avenues that this bill can take. We can ask a committee chair to take it up and then basically any committee can, for the most part, can grab a bill and take it and run with it, depending on who the chairs are. For example, my committee, Appropriations, could take this bill on, and if the Appropriations Committee doesn't want to do it, then the House Appropriations can do it. I've done it both ways. That's one option. Another option is that this committee makes a recommendation that as much as they like the concept, they don't like the draft bill. And so we either table this or we refine it and we bring it back in the interim and continue to work on the issue. I think those are probably the two primary avenues that we have in front of us. If that helps.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
Okay, because we've got clearly probably 2 or 3 folks that are not overly enthusiastic about this bill. I'd like to ask the committee to each of you opine on whether or not you'd like to continue to work this, if you think that it's not ready for prime time, or what your thinking is on it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take a stab at it. Just to get the ball rolling. I agree with the Senator Kolb when he talked about the requirements of exterior and pitch, and maybe we are getting a little too prescriptive, and that's some of the things that we could work on the bill. overall, I agree with the sentiment about local control. As a former city councilman and a former county commissioner, it would be foolish of me not to. But that having been said, we have a statewide issue here. We're lacking housing, and we're lacking housing across the state for different reasons in different areas, different ways in different areas around the state. This was an attempt to try to address that and just to say, we've got a problem. It's not being addressed, and we need to try to kind of spur that discussion along. So whether this bill moves forward to final completion or like so many, it doesn't, I say move it forward only in there for, if nothing else, just to continue this discussion, to spur discussion in city halls and county commissions across the state to say, boy, if we don't take a good hard look at this, maybe the state may go forward with something. Or I'd like to hear their thoughts. And actually, we've got some great comments. If you read through the comments from, I especially enjoyed Park County's comments. They were constructive. They were, they don't like the bill that much, but they were very, very constructive about the changes they'd like to see. I like that better than some of the ones that were just more general. I don't like this, and just talking about local control. So that's kind of my take on it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Cindy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it is absolutely essential that this bill move forward to continue on this conversation. This is an absolute impediment to the business community. We cannot hire and attract workers to come to Wyoming or even fill Wyoming jobs with Wyoming people and expect them to live in their cars. Like, this is a solution. It might not be perfect, but let's not sacrifice perfect for good. As this concept moves forward, we could enlist the help and support of many other bright minds along the process. But doing nothing or tabling this for another day, I think by, my constituency that I'm here to represent, the business community, would be perceived as just kicking the can down the road. They are really desiresome of having some conversation and some solutions to try to remedy this crippling situation. I think it goes without saying that every member of this task force supports local control. But what we're doing isn't working. We have to take, a different view. And again, just spurring some conversation. Maybe we don't have it right here today, November 9th, 2023. But as we all know, procedurally, we've got a long road to go before this will become law in Wyoming. And there's a lot of points where we can engage, new ideas and new ways to improve on this concept. So I am in full support that this discussion continue to try to find some relief for the business community that is just really struggling with trying to find workers and retain workers in Wyoming.
Okay. Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. With 20 years experience in local governance, mayor and a commissioner and a planning commissioner, I strongly support local control. It's hard to ignore, on the other hand, the shortage of affordable housing units documented in 2023 of 10,215 across the state of Wyoming. And that is affecting every community in Wyoming. And a couple of findings that weren't listed that may be more difficult to document are the labor shortages as a result of those housing units, dwelling units that aren't available. But labor has shot up in Wyoming, and particularly in the construction industry. Nationally, the other costs that we really don't talk about, but it goes directly to what this committee is focused on, regulatory reduction. Nationally, 40% of the cost of housing development is directly attributed to regulations and permitting. That is a huge financial bite out of every individual homeowner trying to provide either an ARU or their first market dwelling unit. So I would I really appreciate some of the really good communications and public comments from Sweetwater County and Park County. And I would love to see more engagement from Wyoming towns, cities, and counties as this discussion goes forward. And I'd like this discussion to continue to go forward.
Senator Cole, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, frankly, my comments were not to kill it. My comments were to try to improve it. I think they are a little too restrictive. I want to, I'm not going to give up this. I think it is a big lift. We're trying to do something that is really a monumental change in the state of Wyoming when it comes to changing local zoning rules and ordinances. I think we have to do something, and I think that we owe it to our constituents to persevere and work this. And at the end of the day, if it fails, it fails. But I think we're not there yet. I'd like to continue the work. I think we have to engage probably a little bit more broadly and try to refine some of these and find the ones that we can agree to reduce regulations. And maybe the other ones we can't do much with. But I think I'm not willing to give up on it right now. I think that's my point. And I'd be willing to work the bill further and see where we can take this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, just supporting, not to belabor it, a particular interest is the comments made by Co-Chairman Garou, that it will, if nothing else, spur the conversation at the local level. I read with interest, I can't remember which comment that talked about we have the ability in our municipality to change this, but as others have mentioned, it's not getting done. And anything that can work toward improving the availability and the affordability of units for the workers in the state is necessary. And while I don't think it's perfect either, there's a lot of work that can be done, and I think moving it forward is important.
Representative Davis.
Is that me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, I agree that this isn't a dead draft, but I don't think this is ready for prime time. Have we even looked at the inspectors issues here at the state level, that have to sign off on all these, their workloads, they're short of people and stuff like that. So I'm not thoroughly convinced that this is just a permitting issue here. We touched on it, that there's a shortage of labor and stuff like that. All these factors are driving these costs further and further up. So I think we need to step back and take a look at this and really probably send it on over to the interim next year and really dive in deeper and harder in this. I think this is something that we need to look at, but I'm not convinced that it's just on one single issue that we can solve this on.
Okay, anyone else that I have not called on? Director Miyamoto or Director Matthews, do you want to comment?
Mr. Chairman, certainly labor and housing has impacted the ag industry as well. I think, from my standpoint, putting it in the right hands and forwarding on the idea would be helpful. So I would be in favor of sending it ahead for more review.
Director Matthews.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's some important dialogue on the residential units. We clearly have a shortage. We clearly have an opportunity to help our locals move forward. I do think there's some work that can be done on the draft bill for sure as we move forward.
Okay, I think that we've got a majority of this committee wants to move forward with this. So my question is, do we want to, and I'm opening this up to the committee, do you want to take amendments to this now and work a few if you have some? There's the one standing amendment that the co-chair and I had drafted and that you have in front of you. Do you want, I'm asking the committee, you want to do that first, or do you want to take some public comment on this first? Cindy, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt the amendment first and see if that passes, and then take public comment on the working draft with as amended. That might just help expedite the conversation so folks actually know what they're commenting on. So I would move that amendment to be incorporated in the working draft.
So with that, Talise, would you just kind of walk through the amendment so everyone knows exactly what it says and what that means in terms of interpreting particularly the square footage and what can and can't be done under this with the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, the amendment would delete paragraph 1 on page 10. So there would no longer be a lot size requirement. So that would mean that an accessory residential unit can be placed on any lot or parcel size. The amendment would then amend paragraph 3 on page 10. So once again, that with the amendment, it would now read: the accessory residential unit does not exceed 75% of the gross floor area of the single family dwelling, or 1,500 square feet, whichever is less, unless the accessory residential unit is constructed within the existing structural footprint and the dimensions of an existing structure on the lot with a single family dwelling. It is not more than 100% of the gross floor area of the existing structure, and the height of the existing structure with the accessory residential unit does not exceed 2 stories, or the height of the single family dwelling, whichever is less. And those same amendments would be made on pages 10, so it'd be made on page 10 and page 6 are where those would be inserted.
Okay, and then Senator Cole, did you want to address your concerns with the language?
Hang on a second.
Page, I think it's page 7, line 9 through 11.
Yeah, the Romanet 2.
Yeah, Romanet 2.
At this point, Mr. Chairman, I'd move to strike that in the entire the Romanet 2. I think we can address it in another way. I think the way it's written, I don't know really what to do with it. It's I think maybe there's room for an improvement here, but I think I'd like to just get rid of it and kind of start anew. So
okay,
my motion would be to strike page 7, line 9.
Is there a second on the motion? Seconded by Representative Davis. Okay, any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to clarify that this would also strike the on page 11 as well, since they are.
I think that's correct. It's their reciprocal language. So comments from the committee on this particular language. So my question is what are we doing if we delete it? Then, and how does an accessory building fit within respective ordinances? And I don't know that we know the answer to that, because every ordinance, they're all different. But Mark, go ahead. I'll have you go first.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I will be in opposition to removing number 2. It's another obstruction to the ability to do an ARU, and we don't know every individual circumstance, but requiring the ARU to match the exterior design, roof pitch, or finishing materials of that single family dwelling can often be an obstacle that can't be overcome. I don't see the point of that, and I will oppose the motion. Thank you.
Any other comments? So Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So my understanding, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, it seems a bit like a double negative. I think by removing it, it now is not forcing the ARU to conform with the design, roof pitch, and finishing materials. Am I reading it backwards?
I think you are. And then we could ask LSO that, but I think that what it's saying that if you currently have some ordinance or restriction that says any accessory building has to have a matching exterior roof pitch and finish for if you're doing it like an addition to your home, for example, or any outlying buildings. This is saying that if you have that type of an ordinance, it does not apply to this particular structure. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. For the committee's clarification, there are many smaller homes across the state that may have some historical values that want to be preserved, and the community appreciates that. If we require that the ARU match and conform to those designs stated in Romanesque 2, then we're really defeating the purpose. And I just don't see, I think this will end up being a real obstacle if we require a dwelling unit, an ARU, to match the existing single family finishing materials, exterior design, roof pitch. It can be very problematic. And I've asked the committee to rethink that motion.
And I would concur, particularly on, for example, roof pitch. If you have a small ARU, you want higher ceilings. You might even want a flat roof, or you might want a 12.3 or a 12.2 versus a 12.6 pitch roof. So you have higher ceilings and you have more space in that small micro home, if you will. And to change, typically the construction of a micro home probably will not sustain a brick exterior. If you're putting this, if you got an old 1917 brick home that's a small square footage, they're not constructed to do that. And so it definitely will limit the ability to use those type of facilities or homes to fit within this category. And this category is being created so that we can reduce the costs and allow folks to do what's economically the most reasonable. You know, actually the most reasonable economically is probably taking the roof off of your garage and building up a floor, because you've already got the footing, you've already got the foundation, and so if you just add a second level, but you probably are going to have to need a different pitch roof to do it. That's probably cheaper than anything, particularly if you already got plumbing and sewer run to your garage. So if we're just trying to think in terms of economics and trying to get people housing, I would kind of concur with Mr. Barron's comments.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the effort here is not to say it in a plain way, not to strip everything away from local communities. I think that the downside of this is they can roll in a piece of junk, and that would suffice, and then the local jurisdiction really can say nothing about it. I realize we're trying to solve a tough problem here, and I'm not giving up on the idea that we could put some sort of lightening of the local restrictions. I don't disagree with it. I just think the way it's written, I don't know what to do to salvage it right now. So I'd like to remove it and then rethink a better worded, and I didn't spend enough time on it, obviously, a better worded statement about our intent here to frankly limit local control, and which in some cases, frankly, it's necessary. But I just thought it was too broad of a statement. That's the reason why I brought this amendment, a striking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further comments? Representative Davis.
Mr. Chairman, my another concern on this that I have is, are we actually creating affordable housing? Are we creating affordable rental property? We haven't addressed the Airbnb issues and stuff like that that are happening even in our small communities. Are we just opening the door for regulation to be reduced to not really achieve the goal that we're looking for here? With just a concern that I have.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't want to sound like the big negatory on this, but I mean, every one of these, Representative Davis, Representative Cole brought up, I mean, we can work this thing to death and really not come up with anything that I wouldn't even know how to answer a lot of these amendments. I mean, it just looks like we've got a one size fits all, homeowners association for the state of Wyoming. Believe me, I'm sympathetic to the problems, but it still boils down to holding it local. I mean, if your local, representatives, your city council, your county commissioners aren't doing, your planning and zoning aren't doing what they should be doing for you, you should, replace the guards there. It should happen there instead of another layer of government on top of everything else. So that's just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further comments? Any other amendments? Well, actually, let's just go back to the amendment. All those in favor of striking Romanet 2 on page 7, just raise your hand. All those opposed, raise their hand. I think that the motion fails. Back to the bill. Any other amendments before we open to public comment? Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I do want to point out, and I think you all may have received the letter from the town of Jackson this morning, the public comment. In their letter to the task force, the bill opens up, as proposed, opens up the possibility to ARUs being allowed to be used as short-term rentals, or accessory residential units to be used as short-term rentals. And I'm just curious, can we maybe speak to the language and whether a community could still ban short-term use of ARUs where they feel they can't have them?
So I think the answer to that is this language does not address that. And so because right now, for example, the town of Jackson imposes short-term rentals into certain parts of the community. And I know that in town of Jackson, a change of use for from a long-term to a short-term cost about $50,000 just to do it. And so unless we put language that restricts that, the answer is that the local ordinance was controlled.
Thank you.
That's my 2-cent legal advice for the day.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Cindy.
I'm not prepared with language today to accomplish that prohibition, but if people want to go through the process of putting, an accessory unit on their property, I feel that they should be able to do what they want with it. So I look forward, if this does advance, if this does move forward, I'd like to give some thought and come back to whether it move, like when the time's right for whatever committee picks this up. But I think we're somewhat defeating the purpose if we start allowing, what this dwelling unit could be used for to become so small that it's kind of like, well, how have we really tried to address the problem of opening up additional housing opportunities by the landowner you know, to offer either short or long term, that I really feel that's a decision that should rest with the property owner, not the local government.
Okay, further comments? By the way, if you go down and look at Romanet 4, you can see what that there is some restriction that that overrides the ordinance or land use plan. So you can't make a requirement that familial, marital, or employment relationships between the occupants are required for this particular ARU unit. So there's the ability in that language to modify it one way or the other. So further comments? Okay, I look like we've kind of run through our comments and on this. So Hank, I think we'll open it up to the public. And I just want to reaffirm that we have the written comments from various sources. So to not try to repeat all of the written comments, and particularly on top of each other, I would appreciate, and we'll probably hold everyone to about 5 minutes on their public comments on the bill. And any comments or amendments or suggestions they have to the bill, we'd be welcome to have your input. So Mark, go ahead.
Mr. Co-Chair, could you indulge us with a 5-minute restroom break before public comment, please?
Well, I can certainly do that. Why don't we come back at 3:20?
Thank you.
Okay, is about everybody back?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you have a quorum.
Okay, let's go right to public comment. So please
Mr.
identify yourself and go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, Mr. Frazier from the Wyoming Association of Municipalities should be able to begin.
I see David. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I successfully got myself unmuted.
You
Can
did.
you hear me?
Yes.
All right. First time for everything. Appreciate you guys having us here. We did submit, as the chairman mentioned, we did submit written testimony, so I won't rehash that. More than anything, I wanted you guys, you all to know that that I'm here along with Bob McLaurin. If there are any questions for us, that we'd be happy to field. I do want to make amplify a couple of things really quickly, Mr. Chairman. The first is, I think you want to be careful that to make sure that this bill doesn't prohibit us from dealing with things locally. For example, making sure that there's sufficient water and sewer infrastructure to the site where new, where there may be additional toilets flushing and so forth. So, I ask you not to paint us into the corner in terms of, being able to deal with the real life issues that come from increased development. So, and with that, and on that theme of not painting us into the corner, there's been some talk, which I appreciate, about the proper role of local government in development. And, in discussion with our members, I will tell you that we have many cities that are already doing this, that are already establishing opportunities for accessory residential units. And if I actually call them an ADU, forgive me, accessory dwelling unit is a term that is often used in our circles. At any rate, and in fact, one of those cities mentioned to me that this bill as written would be more restrictive than what they have in their ordinance. And therefore, if this bill were passed, it would actually kind of chill the effect of the local ordinance that they're trying to pursue. So again, please, I just ask that as you do this, we want to stay at the table and help you work out the language issues. But in the process, I really hope that we'll keep our eye on, making sure that this is accomplishing its goal and not in fact chilling community's ability to increase the number of ARUs in the community. I will say that, and I'll mention for anybody listening who's not aware, our written comments are on the LSO website, so you can look at those there. I'm not repeating them because obviously your time is important, and I don't want to take too much of it. I will address just one more thing, Mr. Chairman, if I may, that wasn't in our written comments. And I hate to even go here, but since it was just sprung on us, I feel like I need to address it, and that is short-term rentals. One of the major problems with our housing market in Wyoming and all across the country is short-term rentals. We have many cities, we have several of our member cities that have told us that they no longer have any long-term rentals in their community available to residents because all the long-term rentals have been changed to short-term rentals. So the short-term market is in fact one of the reasons why we have fewer opportunities in housing, particularly in rental housing. So I would hope, now the bill as currently written allows cities to deal with that. And in fact, I think we need to create incentives for people who are doing these accessory residential units. I think we need to create incentives for them to make them long-term rentals to begin to really take a bite out of our housing problem. And if, as was mentioned just moments ago, this bill becomes a prohibition on local regulation of short-term rentals, we may have to take a completely different position on it. But again, I will say we appreciate what you're trying to do. So long as this bill remains an attempt to increase housing supply and provide opportunities for residents of Wyoming, we're going to be at the table. And again, I think there are, as our written testimony indicates, some language that needs to be worked out. But if this bill moves forward, I'm sure we'll certainly engage in trying to bring productive recommendations on that language. I'll also, just before I quit, Mr. Chairman, I'll also mention, I may or may not raise my hand on the next couple of bills, but certainly if you have questions about it, I'll be here till the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for? Okay, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dave, thank you. And be sure and thank Mayor Hall for his comments, because they were most helpful. I just want to ask you, and this is kind of taking off on something you said about incentives. And this is kind of the way I looked at this bill in one facet to it. For example, could you see a scenario where, by what we're writing here, and I agree, it needs some work, but back to your incentive, I really thought it kind of did incentivize it. So if this kind of law existed in any town about an accessory unit, that, you know, where you could pour a pad and then hook it to water, sewer, and electric, and then have your accessory dwelling unit, ARU, ADU, whichever you want to call it, that then the community could come and incentivize that and say, hey, if you want to take it out of the rental pool for short-term rental, if you want to deed restrict it in any other way, we'll help pay for the pad. We'll help pay for the water, the sewer, the electrical hookup. In other words, instead of just carrying a stick, actually offer an incentive to get the kind of housing we want, and then work it that way, instead of the way sometimes we kind of all get branded for doing it the other way. And so I just wanted to hear your thoughts or Wham's thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the other Mr. Chairman, I guess. I appreciate that, Senator. We and you know, one thing that again, I mentioned that there's language issues. There's always, right, the first draft of a bill. So that's always something we can work on through the process. Yes, I appreciate that. And the only reason I bring that up, I think under the current language, there is opportunity for those, you know, for local governments to take those kind of incentives and you know, in other ways regulate it. You know, I talk to my colleagues in other states, of course, and in talking to the handful of them whose states have already done this, you know, the question I ask is, has it had a positive impact on the housing market? And of course, it's early returns at this point, right? So we don't know completely. But every one of them have told me that they haven't seen any change, other than there are now more short-term rentals on the market. And so, you know, I don't have a problem with short-term rentals. I use them. You know what I mean? I've twice this year used a short-term rental in my travels. And I think that's great. You know, Wyoming's tourist industry can use those too. But I think our purpose here, or your purpose, as I understand it, is to create additional housing opportunities for residents. And so again, I just wouldn't want to see an amendment, as like was previously mentioned, that would take away our ability locally to provide regulations and incentives. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Okay, go ahead, Representative Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You alluded, David, there to infrastructure improvements. What's the funding mechanisms that are out there for these communities, and you know, at what type of timely, you know, because that's a huge issue, especially in a small community that it's all of a sudden has been discovered and is blossoming. You know, how do we keep up with water, the sewer, the streets, and things like that? You know, and what mechanisms are available?
Thank you. I appreciate the question, and through the chair, you know, there are various you know, resources for those, including, you know, developers and including the state. The states through the SLIB board does provide those opportunities. There have recently been some federal opportunities for that. I think the important point is that during the permitting process, you address those issues. Is there sufficient, you know, capacity in those lines? Now, when we're talking about adding additional rooftops, although albeit small rooftops. When we're talking about adding additional rooftops to a neighborhood that was engineered for the existing number of rooftops, funding aside, there may just not be sufficient capacity in that area. It may require some upgrades, so again, I want to make sure that whatever we do here legislatively, doesn't get in our way of being able to make sure that the engineering and the infrastructure stays ahead of the development. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. I just want to be careful that we're not putting the cart in front of the horse, because like you say a lift station or a subdivision or something like that is sized for that. And you double the homes with these, for lack of better words, retirement little, for your family, all of a sudden we're over capacity. And then that's a substantial, and with these sewer and water special districts and stuff like that, this all of a sudden becomes quite complicated for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, who's next? I think I saw.
We have Mr. Eric Bingham
yeah.
from Sweetwater County.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I appreciate the time to comment. I've also submitted written comments and that you have, and some suggestions on language in the bill. Just to jump on what Mr. Fraser had stated, my concerns are too on the infrastructure issue with the bill not having any language in there, that we have to deal with water and sewer districts. And we have accessory dwelling unit language right now. And when I actually proposed the language, the water and sewer district, few of them came unglued that when we didn't have requirements when not seeking their approval. Some of these water and sewer districts are limited on water and sewer taps. And if all of those water and sewer taps are taken, just take, for instance, White Mountain Water and Sewer is limited, that it could impede development for subdivisions in the future if you take up those taps, which could also have a detrimental effect on expanding infrastructure and development north of Rock Springs. So that's why I did suggest that language, Mr. Chairman, in there. The other thing is there was nothing included in there on what zoning districts these would be allowed into. And so that's why I added some additional language with that. The other thing that there was language on requiring improvements for public streets. I think where maybe the committee was going with that was more with parking spaces and such, but our concern was on access permits. In the county, it's a little bit different than cities where you have dirt roads and you have ditches and such, that we require culverts to be put in. If with this current language, we could take away that regulatory authority there to require drainages. So when you've got drainage coming off White Mountain and not having culverts there could create flooding and such. So that's where our concern was with that, Mr. Chairman. Sweetwater County has massive trona mine expansions. Housing is a huge issue. The city of Rock Springs, I think accessory dwelling units are a good thing, excellent thing. They do not solve our housing problem here in Sweetwater County because we've had these regulations and we've allowed them. It does provide additional opportunities, but really what would solve our problem is higher density residential subdivisions and such, townhomes and things like that. And so that's why we're looking at adding additional regulations with that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, and stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Bingham? Okay, thank you for your written comments. I was just perusing them again. Appreciate it. All right, next.
Nobody else has their hand raised, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
At this time.
So I am curious on the water sewer issue. No, I'm just trying to think of any community that would be a real problem in the community itself. Realistically, if you get, let's say you get 50 units in every community around the state, or 20 in the little tiny towns that would possibly take advantage of this. I don't think that's going to have any input on capacity or ability of their existing sewer lines and function to operate, you're still required to get a permit for your for water and sewer with one of these RAUs. And if it's denied for some particular reason, then that's a problem that's just like any other denial would take place. So I'm not sure that that's how legitimate that particular type of an issue is. In rural, most rural homes are on septic, and they either have well or they have a cistern. So I'm not sure how that would be an impact on the county side of it. So, but if there are other types of issues like that, or if I'm wrong, if this bill moves forward, we'd like to get as much input. And frankly, what we need more is probably data versus just saying we think it's going to impact our system. For example, in Rock Springs or Green River, we would need to know what the capacity is and what the added density would have to be in order to make that a real problem in those locations, so that we can understand and articulate more than just having an opinion on it. I just think it'd be helpful for the committee and anyone that considers this bill. Let me just go through Senator Kolb first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few things I'm aware of on the electrical system for the distribution. You know, the utility has designed it for a certain, load in the area. I think the utility, if you ask for another service, they could deny you that said service, or you'd have to pay the price for that improvement. Now, I think that's kind of a self-limiting situation now with your electrical load for the current infrastructure. Now, water sewer, I just assume that, if it was me, I'd just go off of my water tap that I currently have, and I just run it over there to my new little mini house, and that's how I get water over there. And the same thing with the sewer. I'd go get my sewer, that I currently have in my lot. I wouldn't often get a new sewer connection. I don't know why you'd want to do that. And I tend to agree with you, barring a lift station, there wouldn't be an issue. I mean, there really wouldn't be an issue unless you're on the edge of the system and it's just barely able to keep up with current demands. So I think the electrical is self-correcting, and for the most part, in most circumstances, the sewer and the water is probably, not going to be an impediment to putting in a tiny home, say, on the property. So I tend to agree, but I think once again, this probably has to be worked, and add some language in there that when there is a actual issue, that there's an escape clause for this type of development, and that they could in fact deny a permit if there's in fact a real reason to deny it. That's not just I guess their hope and desires. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe up there in Lander, we heard testimony from Cody up there, or Park County, that their utilities, as far as their sewer and water, were tapped out. That was some of the reasoning they were having some issues with their development up there. But Senator Kolb brings up something else there. With the density of the housing, we also have an issue with the fire plugs. And I don't know if the state fire marshal, I'm sure there is a code of how many homes on what size lines and et cetera, fixture loads, et cetera, that go into that, making that determination. So it's a little more in depth than what I think we're giving.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Bingham? Are any other public comment? I guess we already knew that. Okay, any other comments from the committee? Senator Garreau.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to put this. I understand the concerns, and I know this bill needs more work. I agree, But boy, I got to tell you, maybe, Senator Kolb and I just been sitting all day in Select Water listening to community after community come before us and tell us how many millions of dollars they need to fix their water system. So frankly, I think, Senator Kolb, you and I covered half the state this morning in water systems. And so, we get that sewer thing worked out. We could probably be about half done with this, but I joke. And I don't mean to make light of it, but I guess I would regard, though, if we agree that we have a crisis in housing, and it sounds like from the Sweetwater County planning department that they're going to have some issues, and I hope they do. I hope those Turner plants come online. Working as hard as I can to work on making sure it does. And if it does, I regard that as a good problem, and that's a problem that we're going to want to solve, because that means that our economy is growing, and that's what the Regulatory Reduction Task Force, I thought, was about. So I think we've got things to work on with the local communities, and I want to work with them. As a matter of fact, like I say, I think this is the start of a discussion, not something that's shutting any doors. I hope that it's opening doors to talk about this, to talk about what is the right answer and move forward to get it, to get the housing. And so I hear the problems again, but you know what? I think if we we can work on those one at a time as they come up. And I think that I think we can, but I'd like to see this continue forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, we're back to the bill. Do we have a motion on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, did we pass the amendment in total, or did we just kind of work around it? We got the amendment all passed. Talise is shaking her head no.
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we voted on that amendment that you guys drafted. The one that you guys wanted.
Okay, let's do that first. Do we have a motion on the amendment?
So moved.
Moved by Co-Chairman Garou. Second by Mr. Barron. Any discussion on this? So this is the amendment that the strikes two portions in terms of the size, the lot size. Pretty straightforward, and frankly, the language didn't make sense without this type of modification. The numbers just didn't. They were kind of backwards. So without any further, if there isn't any further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Now we're back. Committee, any final comments before we make a motion for a recommendation to move this forward or not? So the only comment that I would make, and I would ask the committee to move this thing forward. And so this bill is, I find, quite interesting, because even though we are in favor of local control, to me, that anyone who's done much development or remodeling or reconstruction or anything like that in any communities, particularly the larger communities around the states, you spend more time and money fighting on regulations, fighting city government, town hall government, county government, than you do with your contractor or your builder getting the work done. And so what this really does is send a message from the legislature to our planning folks and our elected officials, and saying, you need to make life easier, because we need more workforce housing, we need more low-income housing, we need more rentals. And when you let the planners decide what's going to go on, you increase the cost and the obligations to ever get that to happen. So something has to move the ball. And I think that's what this bill does. So I hope you move in support of the bill. We'll find out. We don't know exactly which committee this will go to, but it will go to a committee. It has to. That will be Co-Chair Garou's and I's task if we move this thing forward, to find that committee. And when that happens, there'll be obviously additional opportunities for either members of this committee and for this committee, because we'll probably meet at least one more time with this committee, to submit additional comments and amendments, suggested amendments to the bill for wherever it lands. So that's about as best that we can do at this stage of the game. Or, and there's also a real possibility that two distinct possibilities. If a committee takes it up and holds a public hearing on it and submits it as a finalized submitted bill, it's going to take 2/3 introduction to even to get it to the floor at this point in time, which is not easy for any bill. And so there will obviously be, if that happens, or if it even doesn't get that far, I think the general agreement that I have discerned from this committee is that we'll continue to work this bill in some fashion or another if our efforts don't bear fruit this session. So, Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just want to say, add on to what you just talked about. If this fails and then we don't move this bill forward to a committee, I still want to work the bill. And I don't, that's not part of your motion, but I still want to work this bill. I don't personally, I don't think it's ready, but I don't want to give up, like I stated earlier. So I just want that to be known that because my vote now may be, different than I'll eventually vote. I just don't think it's ready to go yet. And I'm concerned it's going to, I think your message is good and it's appropriate. Do I think it's the right time that we can get something done? That's my question. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me comment.
Okay, any other comments before we, Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to echo the same sentiments here. I think this has got good, but I think we need to study this a lot more in the interim. And I don't think this is quite ready for prime time. So that's my opinion. And so I'll probably be a no vote as far as moving this on, unless we just move it into the interim next year.
Well, that's what a no vote will do. Okay, any other comments? Okay, let's take a roll call, please.
Mr. Chairman, is there a motion on the bill?
Move the bill. There.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on the motion to forward 24 LSO 0280 version 0.5 ARU permits as amended to a committee at the discretion of the chairman, Senator Ide.
No.
Senator Kolb.
No.
Representative Conrad is excused. Representative Davis.
No.
Director Matthews.
Yeah, aye.
Director Miyamoto.
Aye.
Director Parfit.
Aye.
Mr. Barron.
Aye.
Mr. Bebout is excused. Ms. Delancey.
Aye.
Mr. Martin.
Aye.
Ms. Olson.
No.
Co-Chairman Guru.
Aye.
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that passes with a vote of 8-4.
Okay, let's go to the next bill. Talise, you want to walk us through it?
Mr. Chairman, I think I'll take that one.
Okay, go ahead, Hank.
It's actually Matt Obrecht, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, that's Matt. I should have recognized that voice.
How are you? Is my video working?
Yes.
Great. All right. So, Mr. Chairman, I think next on the task force's agenda is 24 LSO 286 property development exactions. The bill, Mr. Chairman, provides limit on the number or on the price and duration of mitigation or exaction fees that can be imposed on developments, and it's Mr. Chairman, per size of the structure that will be built is a determining factor on what mitigation or exaction fees can be imposed. probably the crux of the bill to understand first is on page 3, and that's the definition of mitigation or exaction fees. So these are the only fees that this proposed bill draft attempts to limit. A mitigation or exaction fee means fees charged by a land use permitting authority as a condition of receiving a land use permit, which bear no reasonable relationship to the cost of providing services to the proposed development or mitigating a direct negative impact of the proposed development, but which is intended to address issues in a city, town, or county primarily external to the proposed development. A mitigation or exaction fee may be imposed as a fee in a dollar amount to be paid by the developer or take the form of a required concession from the developer or landowner. So that's the heart of what a mitigation or exaction fee is per that definition. There's also other definitions. The first being structure built for agricultural purposes. Mr. Chairman, those purposes were pulled directly from 3913-101A, which is the ad valorem agricultural use exemption. So if a structure is built for the primary purpose of cultivation of the soil for production of crops, production of timber products or grasses for forage, rearing, feeding, grazing, or management of livestock, a local land use permitting authority can't impose any mitigation or exaction fee for the development or for the construction of that structure. Land use permitting authority is broad, means the governing bodies of all cities and towns and counties, any special district, planning commission, zoning commission, or other entity of state or local government which issues land use permits. A land use permit, and if the task force wants to work this bill, this would be a great area to look at. Land use permit means any permit issued by a land use permitting authority which is required by state law, local ordinance, or rule to be obtained before land can be subdivided for residential or commercial development. A structure can be built, renovated, or an addition built onto the structure. Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd kind of argue that when I was drafting this to begin with, I was looking at trying to maybe expand it or include a change in land use zoning or land use permit. But really the focus of the bill draft is on the structure. So that A under land use permit would be ripe for being removed by task force action if you wanted to move the bill. The bill sets limits on mitigation or exaction fees for proposed commercial purpose, which means any structure whose primary purpose is not residential or agricultural. Proposed residential development means any structure intended primarily for human habitation. Further on page 4 here, Mr. Chairman, it's 1613-102A states that a land use permitting authority shall not require as conditions for the issuance of a land use permit for a proposed residential development the imposition of a mitigation or exaction fee for any structure intended to serve primarily as a single family residential dwelling that does not exceed 4,000 square feet in the proposed development. And B on the top of page 5, a land use permitting authority may require as a condition for the issuance of a land use permit for proposed residential development the imposition of a mitigation or exaction fee not to exceed $50 per square foot for any structure intended to serve primarily as a single family residential dwelling that exceeds 4,000 square feet in the proposed development. So, Mr. Chairman, the way this is drafted currently is if you've got a structure, a residential structure that's under 4,000 square feet, no mitigation or exaction fee would be allowed. A structure over 4,000 square feet, you could impose up to $50 in a mitigation or exaction fee for the total square footage from 0 to anything above 4,000. So if the task force wanted to consider an amendment, it'd be to move those square footage limits either up or down, and whether you want to only impose exactions or mitigation fees above a certain threshold square foot limit. See, Mr. Chairman, on page 5 there, deals with multifamily residential dwellings. So no mitigation fee or exaction if the multifamily residential dwelling does not exceed 2,500 total square foot for any single unit within the multifamily residential dwelling. D says that you can impose the local land use, the local permitting authority may require as a condition for the issuance of the permit, a mitigation fee not to exceed $50 per square foot, any structure intended to serve primarily as a multifamily residential dwelling that exceeds 2,500 total square feet. E is for commercial development, that no mitigation fee for any commercial development that does not exceed 5,000 total square feet for all structures within the proposed development. And F is you can charge up to $3,500 or $35 per square feet for a commercial development that exceeds 5,000 total square feet. E on the top of page 7 specifies no mitigation or exaction fee for a structure built for agricultural purposes. And the rest of the bill, Mr. Chairman, are simply amendments to powers of cities and towns and counties to restrict their ability to impose mitigation or exaction fees, except as provided within the new proposed 1613-102.
Okay, questions about the bill itself to the LSO or any particular concerns or understandings? Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Obrecht, good to see you today. Could you give us, just for sake of simplicity, give us an example of a development in, say, an apartment complex or a four-unit dwelling versus a residential home at 4,000. Could you just kind of paint a little bit of a picture of how those fees work on a hypothetical real-life example?
Yeah, I think I can try, Senator. So if you were building, say, a development with 10 single-family homes within it, and 8 of those homes were 3,000 total square feet apiece, there would be no mitigation or exaction fees allowed on those homes. If the other 2 homes in that development, let's just say, so I can try to do the math fast, were 5,000 square feet, the local permitting authority could charge a mitigation fee of $50 for the square footage of each of those 2 homes. So a total of $50 times 10,000 square feet, the 2 homes at 5,000 square feet. So could charge a mitigation fee of $500,000 for those 2 homes. At this limit for the multifamily units is, for a standard apartment building, I don't think it would have much applicability, just because, your standard apartment's probably what, 1,000 square feet, 1,200 square feet, something like that. I was really thinking more of high-end condominiums or townhomes that may exceed that 2,500 square foot threshold.
Thank you. I got a quick follow-up on that, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Yeah.
on those last two, that was a good example. On those last two homes, 5,000 square feet at $50 a square foot, that exaction fee, I guess I just don't understand. Is that a fee that can be assessed on those 5,000 square foot homes? You got two of them at 10,000 square feet and you got another 100,000 additional cost. Would you just clear that up a little bit? See what I'm missing there, if you understand the question.
Yeah, yes, Senator, Mr. Chairman, I think I do. And yes, Senator, under the way the bill is drafted now, the local authority could impose fees up to that amount. They certainly don't have to, but they're allowed to include those fees under this bill draft. Now, what you could do is tweak this language. So if you wanted to say, set a floor, that if it's 4,000 square foot is the floor, that you can only charge for each additional square foot above that 4,000. So in my example there, if you've got two homes at 5,000 square feet in the development, you could only then charge for the 2,000 square feet that exceed that floor. But that's not the way this bill is drafted currently, but easily to fix.
One more quick follow-up.
You bet. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how is it handled right now on these exacting fees? I mean, is this an additional cost to a developer, the way this is structured right now, and they're getting penalized for building, a larger homes? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator, and I would just defer that question probably to someone from a local entity that actually uses these mitigation and exaction fees so they can accurately reflect how they're being used or not being used in communities around the state.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions?
Mr. Chair.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, to Matt, exactly can you define this square footage as living space? Is it a totality of all the floors added up together? I mean, just to be, more precise on exactly what we're calling the square footage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, it is just total square footage in any one structure. So I think you're right. This includes square footage that isn't used for living, like say the garage as well in that total amount.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So just to be clear, you're including the garage?
As currently drafted, that's right. Yes, I think it includes all square footage within a structure.
Thank you.
So I have a question for the committee because I don't have it in my notes, and I'm trying to understand why or how we got the $50 a square foot for residential and the 35 for commercial. And I'm wondering why commercial would be less than residential or when it's imposed. I mean, is there any, I'm just trying to recollect what our discussions were and what those figures came from.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take a stab at it. I really think they were kind of just placeholders. I don't think there was, I know Director Obrecht may have more for me on that one, but I don't recall that I discussed it as far as a number more than that, just throwing them out there.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Guru is exactly right. I really think that in our discussions internally while drafting the bill with the chairman and myself, is absolutely wanted to take comment from the task force, from anyone who's interested, and adjust those numbers as needed.
And I asked that question in part because I was reviewing a article in the newspaper in Jackson. And in that article suggested that the current exacting rates on the commercial side is around $70 per square foot in Teton County. And I'm wondering if that's accurate, and what the exactions are currently for residential in Teton County. I think it's, my understanding, it's in somewhere around that same number, but I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's my understanding too, but I think somebody from Teton County or the city of Jackson, town of Jackson will be able to answer that question more accurately than I would.
Senator Drew, do you know the answer to that question?
I don't know the exact answer, and I know that there are different rates at different depending on what you're doing. And so I'd like to, before I start throwing numbers around that I hear anecdotally, I would hope that someone from either the town or the county or from other communities that are doing it could give us a better sense of that.
Go ahead, Senator Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, is there examples? I mean, I'm kind of curious of why this bill is being brought up. Is there examples where you're getting overzealous counties wanting to get higher mitigation fees and we're trying to put a lid on that? Do you have any information about that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, you know, and I think maybe members of the task force would be better at answering this question than I am, but I think you've heard testimony from at least one county that is using these, and there's been testimony that at least some people find them to be impediments to development.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say we had about 5 different folks testify in Lander about the mitigation fees that they had to pay. Some residential, some commercial.
Okay.
And I'll try to find in my notes what was said. So
I think Representative Davis and Jamie has questions as well.
Okay, Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I would just ask a question in this broad scope. What is, and I guess ultimately trying to go down the road of, are there unintended consequences? So what is helpful to one community may be a hindrance, and now we have an open door to charge fees that are excessive in other communities. I mean, I think I have problems just kind of fundamentally, and that gives me heartburn. In one area, it may be a huge benefit, but in another area, it may be an open book to cause an unintended consequence of what we're trying to achieve here. So do you have data again supporting, you know, what the breakdown is across all the counties in Wyoming, across all the cities, et cetera, and the square footage too that's associated with those?
So I think that primarily we've had our anecdotal information from our prior meetings. My understanding is, I don't know if there's not very many counties that impose exactions.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And my understanding of the testimony was that Teton County raises roughly $2 million a year with their exaction fees. And the article I was referencing says that represents about 25 or 30% of the funds they used to construct low-income or affordable housing. So that's what those fees are in part for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You just answered my question there, where those fees were going and what they're being used for.
Yeah, me as well. Thank you.
I think during our meetings, we requested information about full accounting of those dollars, but we have not received any real breakdown that I'm aware of, other than what anecdotally what we were told. So hopefully maybe we can get some of those answers by with our public comment. Okay, any other questions about the bill itself and understanding what it is or what this bill does? Okay, I think we're ready to take some public comment then.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have Mr. Riemann from the County Commissioners Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Appreciate your continued attention to these matters. Housing is a critical issue across the state and one that we continue to work on and that county commissioners are working on as we speak in their chambers to address. I wanted to bring up two particular issues relative to this legislation. The first is that the legislation is not specific and then therefore has broad ramifications. In other words, what I think you're intending to do is to go after Teton County for its exactions program specific to housing. But the language in this bill says nothing about housing exaction or mitigation fees, and therefore is broad and could have ramifications for other fees that may be imposed in areas for parklands, for fire response, for other infrastructure or transportation. And I think that's a critical consideration as you look at this and its impacts beyond Teton County. The other question that I have, and I don't intend to suggest that I'm a lawyer by any means, but I have a real question of whether this bill really does what it's intended to address. And I'm going to go to a couple or one specific part of the bill, and that's on page 3, lines 16 and 17. And that's the definition of mitigation or exaction fees. Those two particular lines, the legislation says, which bear no reasonable relationship to the cost of providing those services. I would just suggest to you that that's the reason that the Teton County and the town of Jackson have conducted on a regular basis a nexus study because they can demonstrate that there is a reasonable relationship. So in other words, with that which bears no reasonable relationship language in there, I would be led to the conclusion that, or at least a reasonable interpretation of this bill, is that local governments may now impose mitigation or exaction fees where no reasonable relationship exists. And I don't think that's your intent. I think you're trying to stop governments that have a nexus study from imposing these particular mitigation fees. So with that, I just bring those two particular issues to your attention. I do think that the numbers included in the legislation relative to the size of housing units are rather inflated against what averages are in the region. The average U.S. house size is between 2,250 square feet and 2,500 square feet. Wyoming's average is 2,285 square feet. 4,000 is a rather large dwelling unit, and it's an exceedingly large unit within a larger housing complex. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would just draw those issues to your attention, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Jeremiah, on the numbers that you just gave us, I believe those figures are all houses in the state of Wyoming. Most new construction is significantly larger than the average small homes across Wyoming. So do we know what the average size of new construction is since, say, 2000 or something like that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that figure. I simply went out and did a simple research, a couple of different resources, found those. You can find a little bit higher numbers for the state of Utah as one example, but generally they're all 2,500 square feet or less.
Okay, any other questions for Jeremiah? Okay, who's next?
Mr. Chairman, we have Tyler Sinclair from the town of Jackson.
Welcome, Tyler.
Welcome, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and hopefully provide some additional information from the town of Jackson. Just want to reiterate, I will answer from the town, not for Teton County, but we certainly have similar programs. Maybe I thought I'd maybe just start with why. Why has the town of Jackson had housing mitigation since 1994? In a nutshell, it's to have the developers of both non-residential and residential to pay for housing for the workers created by that new development, so the community does not have to. So that's kind of the premise of why the town of Jackson has done housing mitigation for a couple of decades, again, to not pass that cost onto the local residents and to be able to provide that housing for the workers generated by new development that cannot afford to live here. So there's many variables from wages paid in that particular industry to the cost of land, the cost of construction that goes into that. But I just thought maybe I'd start with that premise. I certainly agree with the last speaker around kind of reasonable relationship. I do think that in my reading of that, the town does meet that reasonable relationship as I read that, in that we have done legal nexus studies since 1994 repetitively to ensure that we can justify the mitigation fees that we are charging. And that's certainly something I'd be happy to get to you. We're actually in the process of updating that right now, and I've done that historically over the last 2 decades. So we could certainly get that to you. As far as kind of the numbers, a few of the questions you had, I would probably just say I can certainly get the numbers and we could talk about them today, but I think probably my point there would be that every community will absolutely be different, and every community, in my opinion, would be required to do their nexus study uniquely to their community in order to assess the fees. So I think it'll be difficult to set the fees at a statewide level for the entire state of Wyoming, and that each community would want to look at that individually based upon their cost of construction, cost of land, wages in the community, et cetera. So I think an amendment there may be just to require that study in each individual community or some other approach, just to give you some thoughts on that. As far as the thresholds go, I would definitely say, certainly I've been through, I think, 3 rounds of discussion of housing mitigation fees with the town of Jackson, and that threshold or that exemption is debated locally every time. So whether the number should be 4,000 square feet for residential or 1,500 square feet for residential or 0 is certainly something debated locally. We are currently actually going through the process of updating and reviewing these regulations right now, which I think most of you are aware of. If there's comments on what those thresholds should be in Jackson, certainly I think our local elected officials would be open to that. But again, I think the threshold may be different in the town of Jackson versus any other community that may want to consider this type of program. But I do believe that I think at this time, potentially Jackson and Teton County are the only ones who are assessing this fee. So A couple other points, and then happy to answer questions, would be just as far as from the town perspective. And I think some of the numbers maybe put out there were for Teton County, but an average over the last 5 years in what the town has collected in housing fees at the low end is probably about $250,000, going up to about $900,000 or $915,000 last year. Those fees are put specifically into an enterprise fund. They must be used only to provide affordable workforce housing in our community. They cannot go into the general fund, and we certainly can, provide accountability to those numbers and where that money is used in the town of Jackson to provide affordable housing, again, for that residential development or non-residential development that is directly creating those jobs that are not able to afford to work in not able to afford to live in the town of Jackson. So with that, I probably would just turn it back, and again, happy to answer any questions, happy to send on the Nexus study as it relates to this issue. And certainly locally here, we'll be discussing again, what is the right balance between mitigation fees, balancing development and growth in Teton County. Certainly I presented information in Lander, I think that would support that mitigation fees as they're currently set have not stymied growth and development in the town of Jackson over the last 2 decades. We've certainly had robust growth and development, but I certainly understand they are an additional fee, but they are again directly mitigating the impact of new workers that can't afford to live here. So thanks for the time today.
Questions for Tyler?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sinclair, how many other communities around the state are you aware of that have mitigation and exaction fees, or anybody on the panel? I'm just curious. It's relatively new to me to even hear about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I'm not aware of anyone else with a similar program to the town of Jackson and Teton County currently in the state of Wyoming. I could be wrong on that, and certainly we could research that a little bit further, but I think the program as the town and the county here in Teton County currently are using is unique to our county at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions for Tyler? Well, thank you. Appreciate it, Tyler.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I just would want to state housing program. I know exactions of other types are used across the state. So I just wanted to make sure to clarify the question from Senator Ide. Housing program is what I was referring to, not other types of exactions. I think they're certainly used by other municipalities and counties around the state. Thank you.
Particularly for parks and things like that and larger subdivisions.
Right.
Okay, Senator Grew.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Tyler, and thanks for your letter. Appreciate your communicating that. I guess it would help the committee to get once again to get a flavor of it. And I know in Jackson, I live there. I know the costs. I know the drill. But just to give folks a sense, if I were to build a 2,500 square foot single family home on a 50 by 150 lot in the town of Jackson, just a single family home. And I walk into the planning office and say, that's what I want to do. From a fee standpoint, walk me through it.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, I can get you an exact breakdown. Kind of total building permit costs. So you'd be charged for a building permit fee based upon your assessed valuation and square footage. You would pay water and sewer connection fees to connect into the sewer and water. And then you would pay a housing mitigation fee based upon the square footage of your home. So it is proportional to your home. I can certainly get you those numbers and run you any number of examples, but that's generally when someone comes in for a building permit is when we typically assess that fee, and those would be the fees that you'd be charged.
So Meg, can I follow up on that real quick?
Sure.
Tyler, when you say the permit fee is based upon the assessed evaluation of the property or the new construction. Is that correct?
Chairman Nicholas, correct.
So what percentage then? I mean, obviously, assessed valuations for property in Jackson are different from any place else. So I'm just curious if it's 5% or 2% or what would those fees run for a home that the construction costs are, you know, $250,000 or to $750,000 plus the valuation of the property. I'm just curious what those fees run.
Chairman, yeah, I apologize if I misspoke there. It's not assessed valuation. So it's the cost of construction and the square footage of the construction. Don't hold me to it, and I will get you a specific example or run some specific examples, but I think the building permit fee is probably around $10,000 to $15,000 just for the building permit fee. And then the additional fees that I referenced there would be above and beyond that. But I'll run some scenarios on various sizes of homes with various costs of construction, and happy to provide that to the task force in the next week or so.
Yeah, I you know, obviously, I think that would be useful. And, you know, I think it's important to us to understand what housing costs are and comparatively, because it's hard for most folks to imagine where you live. and so we need to relate it to your living experience and in the world around you versus ours, so that we can not jump to conclusions.
Chairman, I would appreciate that opportunity, and absolutely, you know, the context and kind of the climate here in Teton County can be very different than the rest of the state, not right or wrong. So we're happy to kind of provide that context as you continue this discussion, and certainly, you know, thinking about how this would apply to the rest of the state, not just Teton County. So happy to provide you some examples for this location.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sorry to jump in there.
Nope.
Any other questions for Tyler? I see Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Tyler, so good to see you. Thank you for spending some time sharing your expertise and experience with us today. My question goes to, you know, this is most of the regulatory reduction task force is creating attempts to remove obstacles to starter homes across the state of Wyoming communities. So could you share with the committee the legal nexus study that changed, I think, around 2018 to remove the exemption on the young individual working in our community or the young family who finally get an opportunity to build their starter home, and it's less than 2,500 square feet. And they're going to be their own contractors. They're going to use friends and subcontractors, doing everything they can, putting everything they've got into their home. They work in our community, yet this Nexus study, and I don't understand how it works, provides the legal basis that they are in fact the impact in our community, not the workforce we're trying to provide housing for. Can you help the committee understand that, please?
Mr. Barron, good to see you, Mark. Yeah, happy to walk through that, and certainly that's the right question. So thanks for asking it. So for a single family home, what the Nexus study would look at is, first, the construction workers used to construct that home and what wages they make. Are they making a livable wage that they can actually live in the town of Jackson and afford housing here? And if not, then that's part of the mitigation is for the workers in that initial construction that can't afford to be housed here in the town of Jackson. The developer, the single family homeowner would be required to mitigate for that. So that's kind of the initial part of the Nexus study. The next part of the Nexus study has to do with the provision of fire and emergency management services for the residents of that home moving forward, kind of in perpetuity. So there's a fee determined there as far as kind of that individual's home percentage of fire and EMS services kind of over the lifetime of that new home. And then the final piece is the jobs or workers created to maintain that home over the life cycle of the home. Probably easiest to think about landscapers, cleaners, plumbers, electricians, again, that can't afford to work here. So the Nexus study looks at all those different labor inputs, how much they make, how much it costs to live here, the annual median income, and comes up with a number that single family homeowner would pay to the town and county to provide for the housing that those workers, need to live here. There is a current exemption in Teton County. I believe it's 1,500 mark or 2,500. So that did remain in place. You're absolutely correct that the town did take that out in 2018. There's more backstory to that, but I think that's the simple answer. And I think the justification at that time, by town council going through this discussion is that, all homes in Teton or in the town of Jackson at this point are certainly north of $1 million. And that certainly, there's not a lot of mom and pop necessarily people building their own homes any longer in the town of Jackson, and everyone should pay some portion of it. I would say there is a clause in our local zoning that says if you live and work in your own home, you do pay a reduced rate than kind of a standard home with no deed restriction. But that's kind of the basis of the Nexus study and why all homes in the town of Jackson, all single family homes in the town of Jackson now pay a mitigation fee.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions? Oh, Cindy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for shedding some light on this. I just had a lovely visit to Teton County and the town of Jackson this past week, and I've really been thinking about, in preparation for this meeting. So thank you for helping us understand, the uniqueness again of Teton County. And I'm just struggling as somebody that lives in Cheyenne, like understanding, do you really think, and again, tell me, do you think that it was the spirit and intent of, Title 15 to be giving local governments the ability to, determine that homeowners and business owners are going to be paying for, people to work, like going through this exercise of analyzing what's a living wage for someone who's a construction worker, or how much does EMS services cost, when those are essential governmental services that every municipality in our state receives direct distribution funds to, operate their municipalities. I'm just having a hard time understanding, the role of government in Jackson and Teton County as far as using these statutory authorities and powers to impugn people to pay this way. That's what I'm just having a hard time on doing. And so I think that's where knowing that this is a situation that's unique to Teton County is really maybe what's driving some of this discussion, in just understanding if this is the path that we're headed down, how do we kind of make everything work for the entire state and find some relief for those folks, as Mr. Barron identified, that really, want to come and build a place and get a building permit. And I recall the testimony, from Lander that it could take up to 4 years to have building permits, and just truly trying to find a way to work together on how this can all flow on this exactions, and I appreciate all the comments and input that the town has given. And, just speaking for myself, I'm really interested in trying to find something that could potentially work for everyone. But I think where at least myself is struggling is just understanding the role of government in providing workforce related housing. So help me, how does that work in Teton County, that has been the position taken by local government there?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lancy, great question. We could certainly discuss this for a long time for sure, but I would say maybe the best example, the role of government, that's a big question. I think I'd probably frame it in, for the town of Jackson, that we do find housing and housing mitigation, similar to the provision of parks or the provision of schools, maybe some other more common use of exactions across the state. That, asking the people creating jobs, for workers that can't afford to live here is above and beyond kind of the base core services that the town of Jackson is able to provide. And thus, we have established this legal nexus and fee to ask all those new developers in the town to be a portion of that moving forward. So the role of government, I think it is unique to Teton County. I think you obviously heard me say, I don't think anyone else, in the state is doing it. I think it's probably because, the land costs and the real estate costs here are, exponentially greater than and higher than, in the rest of the state. So I think that's, why the local elected officials here have chosen to do it. It's also a small portion. Certainly we are not funding our entire affordable housing program from mitigation fees. I'm not going to say it's a double-digit percentage, certainly, but we do a lot of other, general fund money is absolutely used by the town of Jackson to fund housing. We've heavily used the specific purpose excise tax, optional sales tax, to fund housing inside the town of Jackson. So mitigation, again, it is part of that. And I guess the simple answer is we do think asking those creating this demand above and beyond the basic core services or the basic core responsibilities of government is appropriate in the town of Jackson. So be happy to talk to you more about that.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Chris, you got your hand up? Or is that, let's see, Chris Newbecker?
Yes, thank you very much. Chris Newbecker, Director of Planning and Building Services for Teton County. I understand that there was a question earlier. I'd be happy to try to answer questions regarding the commercial mitigation in Teton County. I apologize, I didn't hear the question earlier, but happy to get information to you. If I can answer a specific question now, I can attempt to do that, or like Tyler said, if there's
Chris,
more.
I think the question was, how do you differentiate cost-wise the exactions for commercial versus residential? And in terms of square footage, if that's reasonable, or
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman, thanks for that question. It's a great question. As you may know, all uses have potentially different impacts. And for example, a restaurant use has more impact, creates more employees than, for example, an office use of the same square footage. So based upon the Nexus study that Tyler had mentioned earlier, that Nexus study explains the difference and the different number of employees that are created per square foot of new construction. So it's not an easy answer that's equal across the board. I'd be happy to get you more information on some specifics. For example, a 5,000 square foot restaurant is different than a 5,000 square foot office, and it's different from a 5,000 square foot retail space. And that is based upon the Nexus study. It's based upon the employees generated, and it's based upon the ability of those workers to afford or not afford to live in the community. So it is a complex question. Again, I'd be happy to get more specifics to you and to the committee if that would be helpful.
So but in general, how do commercial exactions compare to residential?
I would have to do an analysis. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that commercial is going to be more intense in terms of the generation of employees. But I'd have to do a side-by-side comparison.
Yeah, I'd sure like to see something like that because, frankly, we need to understand those numbers to if this bill goes anywhere, we have to understand what the numbers mean and what those impacts are and how it's assessed. So yeah, at some point, I think, we're going to give Hank the wonderful opportunity to read your Nexus study.
Sounds good. I'd be happy to get some information to the board on that question.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Chris while he's up? Okay, any other questions for Tyler? I can see everyone is watching that clock slowly tick towards 5 o'clock. I can see it in your eyes. Okay, committee? Is there any more public comment? Who's up next? Hank?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have public comment, but I don't see anybody else that has their hand raised in attendees.
Okay. So let's go, the committee, what's your pleasure? What would you like to do with this lovely bill?
Move the bill.
Okay, moved by Senator Kolb, and got a second by
Oh, second.
Senator Groot.
Yeah.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead, Senator I.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This kind of dovetails into the last bill that we were talking about. You know, I hate to belabor the local control issue, but one of the comments that Jamie Olson made, I agree with her. I think there's a lot of unintended consequences of making a one-size-fits-all when we're dealing with one particular county in particular here that in my mind should be, you know, the market forces should force their hand locally and not, you know, the state, you know, meddling in one county in the state trying to fix one thing that really it should be handled on a local level, in my opinion. I understand and I sympathize with the issues with those mitigation fees. I mean, I'm in the business of redevelopment, and you're always looking for, as a developer, to you know, cut your costs as much as you can so you can deliver more product to your customer for a better value. But I don't really see how us putting a lid and price fixing, so to speak, in local areas is good for, you know, regulatory reduction. I think there again, we just add another layer of you know, bureaucracy into the whole situation, where if you want to fight something now, you got to go to the county, the city, the state, and pretty soon, you know, you're just worn out. Why do you want to do anything anymore at all? So I'm not in favor of moving this bill forward. I think there was a lot of good work done here. And it is sort of a county city specific, and I'm afraid of you know, this is a slippery slope if we do a one size fits all for the entire state. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, if we're here trying to control the costs and foster development, you know, throughout the state, why are we setting up the ability for these fees to be charged throughout the state, you know, with this draft bill? So I'm not in favor of this bill going forward either.
So actually, the purpose of the bill is to do just the opposite. The purpose of the bill is to say, look, if we are going to allow regulatory control by allowing exaction fees for retail, commercial, or residential construction, there needs to be some type of a cap on it so that it's not, because at some point it becomes at least a partial taking for the use of real property. I mean, this whole issue is really kind of a real property issue. And I think early on there was we had that legal document I think everyone had it in our original documents, but it was an article from the Attorney General's office describing what a taking is and what those impacts are. So really the purpose of this bill is actually to get the cart before the horse, so that while there's only one entity or county that does it now, the suggestion is now's the time to at least put some type of guardrails on it so that it's if anyone wants to do it, they can do it. And you know, there has to be a reasonable nexus to it. That's the law of Dobbs and Nolan. But on the other hand, and part of one of the problems with this bill is that we do not have a real definition of what the nexus should be. And so there are a couple different ways to define it, but we just haven't had the chance to work that issue in this bill yet. But I mean, the purpose is to prevent further regulation and expense.
Right.
For what's already there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I understand what you just said there. Then I would suggest that we start at $5 and $10, not $50 and $35. I mean, it just seems like you know, we're enabling this type of activity to occur throughout the state by highlighting it in this draft bill. You know, if we anyway, that's I guess I could propose an amendment to the bill, and that would be on if that's appropriate right now.
Sure.
Okay, be on page 7, lines 1, 2, 3. I would like to insert after structure built for insert commercial, multifamily, residential, and agricultural purposes. So it would read that a land use permitting authority shall not impose any mitigation or extraction fee on any structure built for those. Otherwise, you know, it seems like we are singling out or profiling these other activities. And I don't know, you know, in our fair taxation across the state of Wyoming, by singling out these others for this additional, what we're calling a fee there, if that's a taxation or how that would play out. Just a different thought.
So any comments on that amendment? Or first of all, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that. If I understand, could you read your amendment again? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like me to read that, it's on page 7, lines, it would be in line 2. After structure built for, insert commercial, multifamily, residential, and then finish it out with agricultural purposes. So it would read then, a land use permitting authority shall not impose any mitigation or extraction fee on any structure built for commercial, multifamily, residential, or agricultural purposes.
Second that.
Okay, moving second. Discussion on the amendment. So essentially, we're saying no mitigation or no exaction. Period.
If we're trying to control the cost and development, you know, if you want to put a sideboard on that, you put a sideboard that it doesn't exist. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, just so the task force, I think is clear here on Representative Davis's amendment, it really is more of a conceptual amendment. You're changing the whole bill draft. You're getting rid of all the limits on square footage and cost. I'm just saying, really no mitigation or exaction fees will be allowed. You probably need to include the definition of mitigation or fee or exaction. But so that's at its essence, that's your amendment. And we can make the conforming amendments needed for another bill draft for the task force to consider.
Thank you, Matt.
Oh, there he is. Actually, I was just gonna, while you were taking a break, I was just gonna steal the gavel away from, no, I was just wanted to make a comment. First, this bill is about a lot about Teton County, but it's really not. It's kind of a glimpse at not unlike the last bill and not unlike the next bill. Maybe to a greater extent on this one. This is kind of a glimpse into the future. Today I got sent some numbers by the housing office while we were discussing it. Current mitigation rates, Teton County, a 33,000 square foot home, $7 a square foot. 5,000 square foot home, $8 a square foot. 8,000 square foot home, $9 a square foot. So those are the current mitigation rates. The first 2,500 square feet is exempt. Now, so that's today's, and the commercial rates are higher, much higher. Now, the question is, when does a rate and when does a fee structure become an impediment to itself? Yes, in virtually every community in the state, if you come in and do a subdivision, there are fees that you need to pay for schools, for fire, for roads, for parks. Those are generally accepted practices that happen in virtually every community in the state. When you come in and do subdivisions like that. And I was a part of this way back when back in the day, when we had developers come in, we would ask them for these exactions and we go on, and housing as well. Some in our county feel that it's gotten out of hand. Some people feel that the rates now have become so draconian that now it's having such a chilling effect on any type of, the only thing you can afford to build is something at the high end. You can't afford to build anything else because at those rates, it's not affordable. You've had to pay, $30,000, $21,000 in a housing fee for a 3,000 square foot home. That kind of cuts away at the affordability quotient there. So that's the question. And while I'm against a motion to cut it to zero, because I think that there is a break point in there, and just to say we're going to cut off all fees, mitigation fees, I think is more, the cure is worse than the disease. I do think that it requires a discussion, a deeper discussion about where are we going in this state with regards to these fee structures. It happens in many other states, many other communities, many other places around the country. But it's coming to Wyoming. It's in Teton County now, and it will be in Cheyenne soon, and it will be and once again, happy problem, not happy problem, I don't know. But I'm against cutting it completely, but I think it's something we need to keep discussing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further comments on the proposed amendment? Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to keep chiming in here. I know everybody's ready to go. I'll just say real quick, from what I understood, listening to all the comments and from Mr. Sinclair, it sounds like a lot of these fees essentially puts a lot of the housing business, or the funds are used for putting government in the business of being, a developer effectively. And I think that's best left to the private sector. So the use of these funds is a little off balance from my opinion. So just a comment. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion? On the amendment? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
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 I think there's more no's than ayes. So let's go. Let's go back to the bill. And I do have a question. If our folks from Jackson are still listening in, they could come back in and answer it, because so the real question is, what is an exaction? I mean, and because we don't fully, I think, define it in this bill. So if an exaction is that if I'm developing a 200-acre lot and you have to build to 100 units of affordable or low income housing on the property, in addition to regular income housing. That type of an exaction is the equivalent to basically $200 or $300 million. Whereas if you're just paying 7 or 8% or 10% or 12%, that's $20,000 or $30,000 or maybe 30,000 or some other type of number. But so in terms of what the overall impact is by different types of exaction, I think we need to understand that concept better, and have a handle on that. Because ultimately, as I think Tyler just said, that their exactions were 900,000 last year on all of their projects, and that's a lot of money. But it's a different type of thing than what than if you're putting in a subdivision or some greater thing where suddenly you're giving up half of your property for certain things, where you're basically giving up your profit margins, the cost of ever doing business. I mean, the ramifications of that are kind of are tremendous. And so I don't know, any comments on that? Because that's the gist I walked away with from the meeting in Lander.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, Senator.
Yeah, I do agree. That was my takeaway also. These, you know, I call them more draconian ways of dealing with development, and are multiple millions of dollars. It isn't just a simple fee that based on a square footage. It's a simple cost of business. And I do have issues with the definition on page 3, line 14, on how we're trying to define the exaction and the mitigation. I think we have to clean that up somehow, be more accurate on what we're trying to say, because I certainly don't want this to become a nothing burger by having a definition where everybody and their brother can say, no, we figured out a way to get around this because we can show that this is justified. And I think the question comes down to, it's very difficult to pin someone down on this because of what was just mentioned by your statement, Mr. Chairman, that there are other costs of doing business that has not really been talked about, and that is the need to get a permit, the reality of getting a permit up in Teton County in this case. We'll just talk about that, but it is coming to a county near us in other places in Wyoming that you got to donate so much of your property, housing, and build housing for low income, and that has not been captured yet on those costs. I think they haven't been talked about, and I think that's my main concern. It sounds like yours. So I think we have to skinny up that definition and tighten it up on what exactly we're trying to define exaction and other mitigating costs that are going to be charged for a permit that aren't directly related to the manpower, that necessary for permitting, inspections and such, to kind of separate those things out so we don't hurt people that need to charge a fee that's reasonable. So that's just my short comment about this, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, further comments. So committee, what's your pleasure? I've got a couple different ideas. Number one, if this committee would like to meet again and have some additional drafting done on this bill, I would be happy to do that, and kind of tweak it, modify it, and send it out. I'm not sure where this bill would land if we took action on it today. I think I'm not sure that, well, let me ask you this. How many of this committee would like to do further work on this bill, either between now and session or in the interim next time? Just kind of give me a show of hands. Who would like to thinks that we should do that? So it looks like there's a general consensus to do something with this bill. does this committee want to work this bill further today or have another meeting in December, early January, and come back with I can probably come up with 2 or 3 different drafts or indoor amendments to this with your commentary and comments back to the co-chair and I. Or what we can do is essentially have this as kind of the #1 item on our agenda after the session. And by the way, I want to tell the committee what my thoughts are about our tasks in the interim and going forward. And this is probably a good place to do it. None of us are complete experts on ordinances and land use plans, and particularly, right now there's a feeling that we're singling out Teton County, and I don't want that impression to kind of control what this committee does and or be selective. On the other hand, I think that it would be useful for this committee to have a better understanding of ordinances and land use plans and what nexus studies are and how they work, and do some background investigational work so we can become better educated in making decisions. So my suggestion is that we in the budget bill set aside an appropriation that would go to this committee so we can retain 1 or 2 experts or obtain reports so we can be better educated on more complicated issues that as we go further down this path of regulatory reform. And a lot of that, then what those folks would do would be at this committee would kind of sit down and as soon as the session is over and direct those and to use those funds to kind of help educate us, do our job, and be fully educated on what we're doing. I think this exactions issue is a perfect example of that. There's just a lot of things that we need to understand. Look at what other folks that do it, how it's done, how it's restricted, how it's defined, when it's useful and when it's not, and the pros and cons of those things, so that we can make educated and thoughtful decisions on whether we think they're useful, whether we eliminate them as a tool in the toolbox for the cities and towns, because we have the ability to at least bring a bill that says that, if that's the ultimate decision of this committee. But I think we need to know more about it and be better educated on it. And so and we'll have multiple more regulatory issues. And hopefully all of you will be back on this committee that want the onus of being on it after our next session. Because I think our task is, we're just kind of getting our feet on our ground, truthfully, to understand what we're doing and how we're doing it. I do think that we have to give particularly Teton County a much better opportunity to educate us, because they seem to be in the crosshairs on some of our issues, and frankly, they're out in front of the world. And so they're the best ones to educate us on the pros and cons of what they do. And so I want to have them to have the maximum opportunity to do that. And as we move forward. So that's kind of been my thought process on this the last couple of days as I'm reading through all these materials and getting us ready to further perform what we've been directed to do in this committee.
Mr. Chairman, I think you have hit right on the nail on the head there. I think that would be an excellent direction to go.
Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a really complicated issue, and we're working on housing solutions across the state of Wyoming. Obviously, Jackson and Teton County are at the tip of the spear, and they're doing everything they feel they have to do to create opportunities in this community. some of the consequences are not working for everyone in this community. And I think that it would be great to have more engagement from the towns and counties of our state and have really informed input from them, and see if we can move this discussion post-session so that the legislators can focus on the budget that you have in front of you, and the people who need time to take a look at and report out on land use issues and housing issues and mitigation issues would have that time. And it might be good also, and maybe this would be a great study for Jackson and Teton County to do an economic impact study on these regulations and mitigations, and get an objective opinion. There are a lot of reasons why housing has been robust in Jackson and Teton County. Thank you.
Okay, other comments, thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, before I say anything, are you talking about this bill and the next bill as well, kind of as a combo deal, or just on this bill? Because I got a feeling we're going to have the exact same discussion on the next one as well.
Yeah, I personally think both should go to after the session. That's my opinion.
Yeah, if there's any bill that isn't really ripe, it's the next one, just because it's so simple and so generic.
Okay, so what I would say, I too would like to see us keep working on this. Like to keep our feet to the fire and try to have a meeting before the interim, but I don't know if that's possible. I mean, I'm thinking more JAC centric with you and I as far as what our schedule is. It's pretty tight, but if you're willing to try to shoehorn a meeting, I actually have had two commissioners actually say, we'd love to have you in Jackson for a meeting in December. So, the invite came, but I think that I'd like to see us work on this. I also I like your idea too about trying to get some help to try to work and ferret out our own information, because I think we're getting a lot of conflicting stuff floating around.
Andy?
I'm just pondering. I'm not interested in doing a study, with all due respect to Mr. Barron. I know exactly kind of, he comes from a place of goodness about, kind of wanting to study and do some studies. What we're doing is not working, in this regard. And that's where I would love to continue that discussion. I'd love to come to Jackson and tour around and have a better understanding. And as you say, Mr. Chairman, have the committee, be educated by the folks on the front line. I think there's a lot of learning that can happen. I love your idea of getting the resources to try to help get us the technical expertise so we can really get our arms around this issue. It's an extremely important issue, and I am 100% in favor of trying to find that right balance of how do we, prevent other communities from, perhaps really, going down this path without, maybe some better understanding of, as Jamie mentioned, of unintended consequences. So long answer for a short response that I'm in favor of keeping this working. I'd love to meet again before the interim. And I think we'll just see what kind of progress we make as to whether or not we're ready this time, or if it has to be pushed to over the interim after the budget session. Thank you.
Okay, Director Parfit or any of the department heads that are still with us. Doug, comments?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of ignorance on my end that could use some stomping out. So whatever form that takes, I think I'm nervous to take a very aggressive vote. I just don't know enough right now.
Well, that goes away as soon as you get in the legislature.
Do you promise?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, any other, Todd?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
I would echo the comments from Director Miyamoto. I would benefit from some additional background information on the topic. So, and I do have to go because I have to get up to Gillette this evening. So, hopefully
Okay, sounds good.
So
Appreciate
all
it.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, I think that I think we're all kind of winding down. The co-chair and I will get together in the next day or two and kind of solidify these things. If we can pick another day, we'll circulate it for one more meeting and see who's available. And then we'll take a lot of those comments, particularly on the next draft, and insert some of those into that bill. And what we'll try to do is recirculate that amongst you with amendments prior to the next meeting. And with regards to the current bill on the exactions, I think we'll either do the same or we'll discuss our next steps with that particular bill. And get
Mr.
back in
Chairman,
touch with you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there's currently a motion on the floor, so either I think there would need to be a motion to table or take a vote on the bill, because there was a motion to approve the bill on the floor currently.
Mr. Co-Chair, at this time I move to table the motion until our next meeting.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? That motion passes. Thank you, Hank. All right, so with that, if there anything else for the good of the state before we sign off today? Thank you all for your time and patience, particularly LSO. You get all the fun work. All right, with that, we will stand adjourned until our next meeting. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Have a good night.
Thanks, everyone.